Hello, good evening. Hello, Jack. Hello, Angel. A pleasure having you here. So yeah, it's Starcraft time again. I just came home early. I was out board gaming with some buddies. Spent like half an hour on the bus, then another 10 minutes walking here. Was wearing a much too thick jacket. So I'm a bit like out of breath and a bit too hot, but I'll cool down. I have this iced tea. So yeah, today we continue our classic unit only challenge run for the Starcraft II campaign. And Angel, I have good news for you. Originally I was thinking of just doing it for Wings of Liberty, you know, just like play one fun campaign with a little challenge and then drop Starcraft and play something else, but I think I will actually play through the entire game again. Hearts of the Swarm, Legacy of the Void, and since you haven't played Nova Covert Ops and voiced your lack of an intention to ever play it, I think I would even play that for you if you want. I have it. As you see, I've got even most of the achievements, so yeah, if you're interested in seeing Nova Covert Ops, I can definitely play that. Just play that again. I don't mind. It makes sense. I was just not sure whether whether a classic unit challenge would also work for the other two campaigns, but for Legacy of the Void it would certainly work because you always get these like where you can select one of 3 unit types for each unit. And they did put in a lot of the old units. Like I actually checked, you can get the Zealots, you can get the Dragoons, you can get the Reavers, you can get the Arbiter, the Corsairs, the Carrier, the Dark Templar, the High Templar / Dark Archon. So you can actually play through Legacy of the Void using almost only old units. So that would definitely work. I think Heart of the Swarm would be the hardest in that regard because it has the smallest unit roster. Because I think in Heart of the Swarm, playing with only classic units, you would be limited to about like half the selection you have available. You get Zerglings, you get Hydralisks, you don't get Roaches, you don't get Banelings. You don't get the aberrations, those infested Terrans with the long legs. You don't get Broodlords, you don't get what are they called with that giant back carapace that spawns these little insect thingies. Swarmers or something, you don't get those. You get the Ultralisk, you don't get Queens. So yeah, for Heart of the Swarm it would actually be quite a limitation, but I think it would still work, so I will just attempt the entire game just using Classic. And speaking of Classic, I saw that somehow you actually can change the UI. Also, why is why is it off? Turn that on. That you can change the UI to Classic, so let me just see if I can find that. Control groups, blah 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 blah. Well, why would it be on a mouse and keyboard? Observer and replay. Streamline, split. No. Social. Colors. Because that would be like a cool little touch playing with the Starcraft 1 UI. But I have no idea where it is. And there's no like advanced settings or anything. Background. I don't want the background. Unit portraits, models, physics. Refresh rate. Maybe it's like in the game itself? Or is it maybe part of my collection? Let's see. Skins. Hey, spend some extra money to make your Banshee look cooler. It's just $250. I don't think so. I mean, some of those models aren't bad, but no Blizzard. I refuse. So Tech Lab, Fusion Core, that's all just units. Announcers, consoles. Ah, there it is. Default. Turridor. Yeah, just played with the Warcraft skin. Yeah, no, I don't think so. That's ugly as hell. That looks neat. That is remastered Terran. So, compare that to default. It's a bit bigger. I mean, it doesn't look too different, but still. I will actually equip that. There we go. I think for Zerg the difference is bigger. Yeah, Zerg looks a lot different. Equip that. Sorry. And Protoss. Also, let's just equip that. What the hell is that? Augments, banners, random ban. I don't know what all that stuff is. So anyway, let's just jump back into Jimmy's campaign. Only 6 missions completed so far. Yeah, I think it was like 26 or so. Oh, this tastes so damn good. At least right now it tastes incredible. I mean, it's just iced tea, but still. So yes, back in action. We did already unlock. We of course have the Marines, we have the Medics, we have the Fire Bats. Those two are those 3 are all usable because they're all classic units. The Marauder is off limits, even though the Marauder is actually quite useful. Sad. And the Reaper is also off limits, though I've never used them much in the campaign anyway. The Fire Bat is actually a first for me. I've always ignored that. Same as the Medic. I've never used Medics before in my playthroughs. As you can see, you can buy some upgrades. I have 160,000 credits available. I might upgrade the Marines, maybe. I also heard that in the campaign, like a bio army, basically so just like infantry, is actually really powerful, so I might actually give my Marines the upgrades and the Firebat the extra armor, but for now I will save that money. Because with the next mission I want to play this one.
We call it Terrazine, and it'd be worth a fortune to the right bidder. Of course, those Protoss will kill us if they catch us on their holy ground. Or at least they'll try.
So because the Goliath is also a classic unit, so I will save some money just to see what kind of upgrades they get. Though I think I still remember what kinds of upgrades they get, but I don't remember how much they cost. We also got some Protoss research. That's going to be good because if I go to the laboratory, because you also unlock like these kind of permanent upgrades for your entire army, basically. So every 5 research points you get you can choose one of the upgrades available. And with the next Protoss upgrade, I can either get more attack speed for my units or more hit points for my units. Then later stuff like instant deploy supply depots or faster Vespene refinery and so on and so forth. But first let's actually earn that stuff. Alright, let's dive in. Also, you guys, how have you been?
Here we go. Much prettier than Red Redstone, yeah?
I don't much like fighting Protoss if I can avoid it.
Not just any old Protoss. Fanatics called the Tal'Darim. They believe the Terrazine is sacred. A gift from the Zelnaga.
If these Tal'Darim bring in their air power, they're gonna hammer us. Swan, get
I have
the
Marines.
schematics loaded at the
Plenty
factory.
of Marines.
If their anti-air missiles are still any good, we might just pull this off.
All right, cowboy. I'll get the Goliath schematics loaded so we can build more.
How do we get to the Terrazine?
See those altars? Tal'Darim mystics set him up to collect the Terrazine. We just need to grab it.
Well, our SCVs will be able to haul the Terrazine. We just gotta keep them protected. With any luck, we can pick up what we need before the Tal'Darim find us. Let's get to it.
This is a strategy game, Reina. Not a stealth game. So don't count. And yeah, I understand you being sad. But hey, you had a week off, so almost a week off, so that's pretty good. I've also signed up for a little 2-week vacation for the first 2 weeks of April.
Big job.
You get to work.
Armed and
Got a small army already. Let's get a tech lab going. Let's get the Vespine going. I already have that building, that's good. And I can already build Goliath, that's also good.
Here are the coordinates for the Terrazine sites,
Yes.
brother.
Need more troops.
They got lives and
Need more troops.
Our SCVs can pick up Terrazine canisters and move them. It'll take them a while to disconnect the canister, so make sure you watch out for them.
Let's get a medic. So this is basically a race, so the Protoss will try to mine the Terrazine. As you can see here, Protoss can't seal 7 altars. And I will try to mine the Terrazine, so... It's a race who gets all the stuff first. There's also an achievement to not let the Protoss seal any altars.
The doctor is in.
I've already got that, so I'm not in a rush to unlock it, but I might still try anyway, just for the little... Just because I can, you know.
SCV ready.
I really need to get back into the mindset for this game. As I said, I just came home, I'm not quite mentally fit for this, I think.
This better be good. You gonna give me orders? SCV ready.
So Goliath, I really like, I also ignored Goliath for a long time, but the last time I played, I really learned to love them. Because they're basically like the Marines, an all-purpose unit. They can attack air, they can attack ground, they're not amazing against anything, but they're decent against pretty much everything.
You want a piece of me, boy? Yep. By the numbers.
So you can't go wrong with Goliath. They're also not so huge, so they will get in the way.
SCV ready.
Additional supply.
Already got another Marine going. I'll also have to get started on another refinery sometime soon. Got the upgrades going.
Huh? Sure thing.
Not enough minerals.
I need the minerals.
Additional
Shut up.
supply depots required.
Go ahead.
Supply depots are coming. I need more. I need more economy, I need more of everything, more troops.
What's going on?
More barracks.
SCV ready.
There we go. 4 people on
Incoming transmission.
Vespine.
This land was sacred to the
This land was sacred to the Tal'Darim.
You must depart immediately.
I don't think so.
Hold on now. We just need some of this gas here. We'll be long gone before you know it.
No,
Okay, there they come.
not defile the breath of
But I've got troops.
Tal'Darim warriors. Execute all those who desecrate our altars.
The Protoss are mobilizing, sir. Looks like they're gonna go after our SCVs when we harvest the terrazine. I suggest we only harvest one side at a time and run
Shut
with
up.
a heavy escort.
That's sadly one detriment this game has, and especially the sequel has, that they they can't stop giving you tips basically, and it's a bit annoying. Ah, there's. There's one, and here they come trying to seal.
The doctor is in.
So let's get that.
Warning. The Tal'Darim are sealing off the terrazine altar.
I know.
Tal'Darim are sealing off the terrazine altar, so we can't get
Let's
out
get
of
that
it.
fast.
They keep it up. We won't
More
be
supply. Let's also start working on the upgrades. Need more economy. Sadly, my medics can't heal my Goliath, but later on you actually get a unit that is capable of healing mechanical units, which is super useful. Let's just build more Marines. Can't go wrong with more Marines. Get some research. These things are actually a pretty interesting unit because they don't deal that much damage at first, only, as you can see, only 2. But the attack gets stronger the longer it gets used, so... Sadly taken too many losses there. So I definitely need another barracks. Yeah, that was a lousy attack. I'll fully admit that. More of those. Get more supplies. Barracks is 150, right? Yep. So you just start building the next barracks for me. Because I need to pump. I need to pump infantry. More of those. After that you get back to work here. You just go to the refinery and work there. Still too weak. Medic. Let's build 2 medics. Let's just build 1 and another marine. I'm not sure if all marines work so well on this map, but I don't know, a horde of marines is actually quite powerful. You shouldn't underestimate them just because they're the starter unit and just cheap infantry.
The doctor is in.
Last one.
Where does it hurt?
Armed and ready.
There they come. Next attempt.
Warning. The Tal'Darim are sealing off a terrazine altar.
Yes, shut up. Well, let's build another 3 SCVs, that should be enough.
Gangway, coming through. You gonna give me orders?
So yeah, with enough medics, they're basically invincible. Slightly invincible.
Sure thing.
Speaking of which, got the armor upgrade. Oh, and the war pigs. Yes. Better marines, stronger marines. I can also get the devil dogs.
Who wants some? Armed and
Add-on complete.
Yep, I'm slowly getting a nice little army here. Devil dogs.
The doctor is in. You rang?
by the number. Ready to fry.
So fire bats are quite strong against light units like infantry, like the zealots for example. Not good against Not good against armored units, mechanical units. Or supply.
Standing by.
By the numbers, boys.
Should be able to push through here now. There's also a hidden achievement for destroying the Protoss base, which is completely optional. Let's just attack here. Got that base. Good, good, good. More medics, more marines, more supply. One more SCV, why not? Get to work. Right, so I got an expansion. Well, at least an expansion I can conquer later on. Just keep building supply. Maybe I should have bought the shields for the marines. Oh well.
The doctor is in. Standing by.
Warning.
How do I get there?
Delirium are sealing off the Terrazine altar.
Yeah, we won't have that. Just rush past. Just run. Just run. I don't want that to happen.
Upgrade complete.
Right. Ah, you're still building. More of these, more of these. Got the drone. There we go. Alright. That's done. Also find the research, I mustn't forget about that. No, we might actually just get ready. Ah, it's just another entrance to my base. Okay, soon the mercenaries will be available. That's good. They're still training. I think after the next event where the Protoss try to seal an altar, I will go for my first own altar. I'd also like do it and seal like the farthest altar first, so I can defend the following ones easier. Also, I think I don't have enough supply yet. More medics, why not? Never hurts. More marines. I could also like just build some Goliaths, why not? Won't hurt to have them. So where is the research? Also, let's just keep pushing. Destroy this. Because they will probably... They will not always try to go for the ones that are close to my base.
The doctor is in.
Yeah, taking some losses, but... Marines are cheap. Ah, there they come.
Warning. The Tal'Darim are sealing off a Terrazine altar.
Army is growing. Fire bats. Let's also just build some air defenses. Just in case. Just in case they try to get naughty with me. Yep, as you can see, enough Marines solve any problem. More of those guys. Can I? Ah, crap. I'm gonna attack. And he's stuck.
Better send some body bags.
Ah, damn. So I'm sorry, little guy, but you have to die. Alright, let's keep exploring. Find that research. Yeah. Losses. I know. I got one more squad of war pigs. Ah, there it is. Another relic. Good. Of those. Never enough supply. Never.
Yes, sir. Roger that.
Okay, that leads up to their base, I think.
That's fine. Why not?
As I said, I don't need to destroy that for any achievements anymore. Ah, there they are. Another Goliath. War pigs will be ready soon. Do I need more? I think I have enough troops to just win the mission. Vespine still lasts a while. Ah, what I wanted to check. Can I build... Yep, I can build an armory. Maybe I should build an armory. You actually get up here and start mining then. Join my army. So Angel, did anything fun with your week off other than just gaming? Playing Ace Combat? There he goes. So it's not just a race, it's also like a kind of escort mission. I also actually own Ace Combat 7. Bought it like in a few Steam sales ago. And I've also been thinking about streaming that at some point, but I just haven't gotten around to it yet. Does it have a co-op? That would be cool. Okay, apparently they don't try to stop me. Their loss. We deliver this one. Just get back to work, I guess. Trying to sneak past, huh? I don't think so.
I've got the first canister on hook, sir. I'll take it to the nearest command center.
You do that.
I'm on it. Outstanding.
I, in the meantime, will get the last squad of war pigs.
Armed and ready.
To which are a vast improvement to Marines. Yeah, they have 75 hit points, a normal Marine has 45. Warpigs have 9 damage.
That's the first canister field.
Normal Marines have 7, and that's with the upgrades.
Yes, sir. Been waiting on you.
So I think I'll just get this one on next, then this one. As I said, I'll just go for the farthest first.
You got it.
So that basically the mission gets progressively easier.
Bad news?
There's the next squad.
Sure thing.
Walking right into me. Yeah, as you can see, Goliaths are really good at anti-air. Hey, Zebu. What's up, my friend?
Looking forward.
There's the last research that I need to get.
Big job, By the numbers, boy.
And I actually don't require more Vespian gas. I have like 2,000, almost 2.5 grand. I'm all set. Research is going. Terrans are the best indeed. I've always preferred Terrans. There was a phase when I didn't like Protoss very much. But I was a teenager and I was just like trying to tease my friend who was a big Protoss fan. But now I actually think Protoss are pretty cool. The factions are all cool. My only thing is that I'm not very good at playing Zerg. Like in Starcraft 1, the Zerg campaign was my least favorite, not because the story sucked, but because it's just not my playstyle. Units were too squishy in general. You would take too many losses. Yeah, I'm also more of a defensive player, and the Zerg are more like numbers and offense. I can't get through here. Oh, then over here. How did your stream go, Zio? I saw you were playing something. But I'm not familiar. Oh, I'm sorry. I'm not familiar with the title.
Sure. Of course.
So what damage do they do? 10? 18 against armored, and 19. Okay, they're really strong actually. Six and a half hours and the game is done. What game was it? Oh, also I could just repair my Goliath. I do have an SCV there. It was, though I will say that in terms of plot and characters, it's actually weaker than Starcraft 1 if you ask me.
Bad news?
It also comes down a bit to tone. Like, I didn't like the way that Starcraft went with like the more fantastical story. And like, oh, Kerrigan is the chosen one to save the universe and blah blah blah. That just wasn't my style much. On paper, there's nothing wrong with it, but I didn't like it very much. It also just felt too much like Warcraft 3. In Warcraft 3, you had the Burning Legion trying to destroy Azeroth. In Starcraft 2, you had Amon trying to destroy the universe. Blah blah blah. It just felt really like they just took their notes and copied them. And yeah, the first one was much more down to earth. It was really just some interstellar powers trying to fight over control of the sector.
Our SCVs are under attack.
Oh, they're actually trying to attack my base. Well, my base will have to wait for just a minute. There we go.
Base is under attack.
Research is all done. No way through here, not for you guys. You repair. Never mind. Don't repair. Repair that one. Carrying a short hand in the Queen of Blades, but there was anything other too top for it. Yeah, that's exactly it. She was like... She turned into a villain and like the Overmind's top enforcer, but... She was not a goddess or some avatar of goodness or blah blah blah. She was just a powerful mutant. Okay, taking a few losses here, but that's fine. There we go. My company's about consistency with the campaign quality, recycled plot, and selling 3 campaigns etc. against either full price. That's exactly the point. Gameplay wise, it's superb. And for all my gripes about the campaign, I do very much enjoy playing it. Because it is just fun. And the story wasn't awful, so it's still enjoyable to watch and play, but it just wasn't as good as it used to. I also wonder if this was actually what they had in mind all the time, or if there was like originally a completely different plan for what the campaign would turn into. No, they're going forward again.
The Tal'Darim are sealing off a Terrazine altar.
Ah, getting philosophical, I see. Might be that it's also like a kind of zeitgeist thing. I also really like the plot with the UED. I like the UED in general, they were just pretty cool. Okay, that's a loss. Lucky you, you're the next Terrazine delivery guy. Okay, so they do go for the SCVs after all. And also going away from like the focus on the individual, like you can already see it here in Wings of Liberty, it's much more lighthearted. Like I might actually do that once I'm done with the mission, just like play like the cinematics of Brood War and play the cinematics of like Starcraft II. I won't play all the cinematics or we'll just sit here for 2 hours, but like my best contrast is like the intro to Brood War and the intro to Heart of the Swarm. So I think I'll just do that after the mission. But then we can laugh about it and say like, yeah, what a piece of trash.
You gonna give me orders?
Ah, there they come again. The teaser from Diablo 1 CD. Remind me again in a few minutes. I'll actually look for it. I wish that would go a bit faster. I still have to do that 4 more times. So I think next I will do this one here in the corner.
Exhausted.
Keep your shirt on, Sparky.
Also, I guess it's time to set up an expansion. Not that I need it, but I've got nothing else to do with my SCVs. I also like that the war pigs look tougher and bulkier and bigger than the
Doing great.
normal Marines.
Orders? By the numbers, boy.
Warning. The Tal'Darim
Ah.
are sealing off a Terrazine altar.
Okay, let's fight off this squad first. 2 at the same time is of course a bit nasty. Go, 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 go. Come on, jog, jog. You've been through boot camp. You've trained for this. I actually wonder, like, how physically exerting it would be to fight in power armor, because, like, how much work does the armor do for you, you know?
Can't wait. We could use some help here. You got it.
And fought off. 42 units. Yeah, I still have plenty. I still have more than enough.
Big job, huh?
You also relocate up here. I mean, the armor would help you with lifting for sure, but sprinting, I don't know. Because you still have to do the motion, at least. So I imagine that you would still be kind of jogging inside your armor, so to speak. You guys repair the one Goliath I still have. Oh, you know what? Let's set up a turret first. Usually when I play this, and I play much slower, usually I would like set up bunkers and fill up the bunkers, and then when my base is completely secure, I would like slowly make my way, but I found that on stream I actually play faster. Which is not a bad thing, I believe.
Vespine Geyser exhausted.
In the rear with the gear.
You build another one.
Sure thing. What's going on?
You build also another one. They will attack in a minute again, so I'll wait for that attack and then I'll grab this Terrazine here. I could also just like do several at once, right? Nothing stopping me from doing that. So like I put one guy in position here. And you get in position here. Like if I place my army just like in this area, then I see them coming no matter where they're coming from. I don't think so. I don't think so. There they are.
Warning. The Tal'Darim are sealing off a Terrazine altar.
Big job, huh?
I just said that you should remind me about the teaser trailer in a minute.
Mineral field depleted.
Let me just win this mission and then... Okay, let's get started.
What's going on?
Simultaneous Terrazine mining operation, go.
Bold move, Mr. Reyna. Connecting Terrazine from
Okay, he even comments on it, nice.
Sure, it's gonna be harder to keep the Tal'Darim off our backs, but the quicker we're done here, the sooner we can get off this rock.
Incoming transmission.
You shall not steal the breath of creation so easily.
Careful. They're sending their ships to take out your SCVs. Shoot them down quick, or we're finished.
I know.
These reckless terrors must be stopped. Slay them all.
As I said, the game is like a bit too handholdy sometimes. Like it doesn't trust you to know what you're doing. Okay, almost done, almost done. Yep.
This better be good.
That's the first, the second, third, fourth.
Sure thing.
That's over half the canisters you wanted.
You and your radar sure can walk the walk. We just need one more canister.
Walk the walk. Easy.
That's the last canister. I think we've outstayed our welcome, boys.
The game is super pretty though. I mean, look at that with the waterfall and those little canyons and the islands. So 120k credits. I got the research. So yeah, on normal difficulty you have like the challenge to not get a single SCV killed. And on hard you have the challenge to not let them seal a single altar. It's perfectly doable. As you saw, it's not so difficult.
Sir, I received an encrypted transmission from an untraceable source. It claims that Tosh here was part of a classified operation called Project Shadowblade. They used Jorium and Terrazine to enhance ghost powers.
It's true. We are called Spectres.
Spectres.
Next generation ghosts.
And you were gonna tell me all this when?
We all have our secrets, Mr. Rena. Doesn't mean I'm any threat to you.
Maybe not. But whoever sent this message could be. Matt, any way to verify the transmission?
No, sir. But it does end with, I'll be in touch.
Ah, cool, you sent me a link. I'll check it out in a second.
Trying to turn us against each other. Don't let him.
I'll let it lie for now.
Let me just do the.
Find out who sent this transmission.
Let me just do the
I'll be keeping an eye
the
on
cinematics here and the upgrades and the dialogues. Back in the cantina, so it's midnight shipboard time. Well, let's see what the news have to say.
I repeat, death toll is in the thousands. A Dominion weapons plant exploded hours ago, causing a chain reaction that has taken out several housing complexes in this working-class neighborhood. Dominion security forces claim it was an act of terror by the notorious Jim Raynor, but our own investigations suggest that the plant must have been infiltrated by forces with sophisticated stealth technologies. It begs the question, could some of the Dominion's ghost operatives have gone rogue? For UNN, this is Kate Lockwell reporting from the core.
Good job, Tosh, destroying like random industrial housing.
Still don't trust me, brother. Until you decide, ain't nothing to discuss.
That was short.
That Tosh is a whack job, Jimmy. Spends all his time muttering and playing around with those damn dolls of his.
Well, I need someone to balance out your sophistication and good manners.
The guy ain't riding ahead, brother. I can appreciate some good honest craziness. But that guy, he's got something broke inside.
Tychus is possibly the best character in the entirety of Starcraft II.
Lots of folks ready to fight.
So we've also got the mercenary Goliaths. So you get 2 per drop, 2 drops, so 4 in total. And they've got a third more health and third more damage for 40,000. So I might actually get those. Also, fun fact, if I'm not mistaken, they are modeled after like one of the Blizzard employees of the time. I don't know who though. Everyone was better on Starcraft 1. What does Hanson have to say?
I've run a few tests on the terrazine gas like you asked. It's clearly related to Vespene gas, but there are some very exotic organics added into the mix.
Any guesses what it's used for?
Well, it would definitely affect
You could say that it's more Hollywood.
It could be used as some kind of drug or stimulant.
It's much more light-hearted.
Drugs, huh? That's just wonderful.
Like this one especially has all those Western influences, like the music and like Jim Raynor, the old cowboy, blah blah blah. They're literally larger than life. I mean, just look at his shoulders, or like the Tosh's shoulders.
Still don't trust me, brother.
The man is built like a wardrobe.
Ain't nothing to discuss.
So what we have here, blah blah blah. Crystal is growing. Blah 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 blah. Phenomenon antimatter. Blah 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 blah. Matrix, etc, etc, alloy, etc, 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 Protoss are so advanced, blah blah blah. Where's my... there it is. So now I get to choose between the ultra capacitors. So every weapon upgrade, of which there are 3, increases attack speed by 5%, so a total of 15%. And every armor upgrade increases life by 5%. I was originally going for the armor upgrade, but as has been pointed out, the health upgrade doesn't benefit your troops and bunkers. And a lot of the missions are very defensive, so you will always have a lot of troops and bunkers. So I might actually go for the ultra capacitors because more damage never hurts. Also not just the troops and bunkers, but also tanks. Like a siege tank that's set up in your base as a defense, it doesn't need more HP, it just needs more fire rate. So I will actually go for this, I think. I always pick that, but well, rate of fire. And with the next 3 we will get this, where I tend to always get the instant supply depots because that's just cool and fun. But I think this time I will try this and get the faster Vespine mining. So we've got the cantina. The armory we still need to do. So let's see. Goliath. Multi-log weapon system. Goliath can fire at air and ground units simultaneously. That's pretty cool. And they get 3 extra range against air, which is a lot. I think that's like 50% more than what they have. And 1 cannon range. So the upgrades for the Goliath are actually really, really good. Let's see, that would be 130 for both of those. 190 with the shield. And then if I spend basically all my money, I can get a lot of upgrades here, so I might do that before the next mission. Let's just talk to Horner.
What do you make of that encrypted message, Matt?
I honestly don't know, sir. If Tosh really is one of these specters, it's clear Mengsk would try to ruin your partnership. But Tosh isn't telling us everything. If we're going to win this revolution...
I know. We have to be sure of our allies.
Alright, let's take a look at what Zibu sent us. Starcraft 1... I think I've never seen the trailer for Starcraft 1. That's going to be interesting. So, scene... Switch over here. It's that cinematic.
I can't see a thing.
Yeah, it's the...
I swear, it's always some damn thing. Wait, got it.
That's the intro to Starcraft 1 Vanilla. The quality is pretty bad though. But no, that's as I said, that's the intro to the vanilla version of StarCraft 1. I don't know about the rest. Y'all. This time for sure. Yeah, all the southern accents. Hee-haw. That's not an answer to his question.
Damn it, Jim. Video's out again.
Well, quit picking at it.
I ain't picking at it, damn it. I'm out
Yeah, he's basically a redneck with his military cap and the camouflage and the music. They're all just rednecks. Oh, the sound design on Starcraft 1 was amazing. Yeah, just that sound, the BIM. That's actually explained in the manual because the story is that the Terrans who were sent to the what's it called, the Koprulu sector, they were actually just convicts. So they built like these generation ships, these sleeper ships, and just put all the undesirables they didn't want on Earth, just dump them in and send them off. Like, well, 50% chance they'll die, but if they do, it's not a big loss. So the Terrans actually are descended from the scum of the Earth, basically. So, Heart of the Swarm intro. Yeah, it's basically Redneck Australia, so let's compare the Heart of the Swarm opening cinematic to the Brood War opening cinematic. And you will see what I mean. I actually play the Starcraft II version first, because I think the contrast is... someone's trying to copy Seth Zintax's humor there. So, here we go. Seth is amazing. Hey people, Seth here.
Will be shattered. Worlds will burn.
Yeah, what's her name again? Tricia Helfer. Got even the Wilhelm screaming there.
Now at last, on this world, vengeance shall be mine. For I am the Queen of Blades.
The battle cruiser crashing into the city should have just flattened the entire area. Because that's essentially an asteroid strike, and a big one. So that was the Heart of the Swarm intro. And actually, I'm not sure I'll show the... I'll show something else. Just a sec. Not the Battle of the Amerigo. Starcraft 1 cinematics. I'll just do... Oh, it's even all cinematics. I could have gone for that. Let's actually compare to the ending of the Zerg campaign in StarCraft Brood War, because that's like thematically kind of similar, and also it's Kerrigan speaking. So here we go. Oh no, this has no sound. Never mind. Okay, I will go for the Brood War intro after all. So we're just 20 seconds in and it's already much darker than Starcraft II. And here's the lousiest aim. It still is.
Gerard, I suspect you have a good reason for pulling me away from my duties.
Your vodka can wait, my good Alexei. Come, stand here. You need to see this.
I know all about the Zerg, Gerard. We've all seen the tapes 100.
You've seen nothing. Dissecting a dead Zerg in a lab is one thing. Unleashing them on men is another. You must go into this with both eyes open. Once started, there's no going back. Are you prepared to go all the way with this, Alexei?
Yes. Yes, I am prepared to go all the way, my good Admiral.
Good. Good. I knew I could count on you.
Admiral, the colonist base will be overrun in a matter of minutes. Shall we intervene?
Take us into orbit, Mr. Malmsteen. We've seen enough.
So yeah, you can really see the difference in tone between the two games. I prefer the older one. Game capture, game capture, game capture. There it is. But it's just interesting to see how it has so drastically changed between the two games. Alright, before I buy upgrades, which one do you prefer, guys? Now that I've
Jim, refugee
shown the differences.
using Meinhof as a staging point, but with so many people in close proximity, an epidemic of some kind has started sweeping through the camps. Please, my people need help. We've got to do something before it's too late.
Okay, this one.
We've received reports of a Dominion salvage operation on Tarsonis. They're running a large number of supply trains with minimal security. If we intercept the trains and liberate their contents before they can be shipped off-world, we could make a serious profit.
This mission could actually be tricky with the units I have, because this is heavily dependent on quickly taking out armored units, the trains. But I don't really have the units to deal with that, so I might actually go for this one instead. Because this I think I can beat with the with bunkers. You think? Because they're pretty fast, the trains. I think this would be actually easier because with upgraded fire bats. I would like to have tanks on this mission, because tanks would make this a breeze. Because this is a very defensive heavy mission. This is technically also defensive, but this is basically a horde defense. It's essentially a zombie apocalypse, let's just say it like that. Every night you're attacked by hundreds and hundreds of units. So the tanks with their splash damage will really come in handy. But you say that Tarsonis would work. Then I think I'll try Tarsonis first. Let's see, what could I need for that? I don't need firebat armor for that. I could just go for Marine Life because that doesn't hurt. Let's buy that. Maybe the stim packs even. I also read, I wasn't aware of that, but apparently Marines can use stim packs in bunkers. And you can also put medics in bunkers and they heal the Marines in the bunkers, so... Stim packs could help if I go to Tarsonis. High damage output. Does this mission have any air units? I don't think so. But the extra range could be good. So I'll actually purchase that. I might just try it like this. I'll just do a save and... Ah, it's F10. And then we'll try Tarsonis. Angel Shade has spoken. We will do Tarsonis. The 3 Zerg research should also push us to the next... Yep. Planetary Fortress or Perdition Turret. I think I'll pick the Fortress. 1, 2, 3. And then with the next 3 research... These are pretty useless. The Predator or the Hercules. This will be good. And either of those will be good. But this level in between is shitty. With the chain of bunkers, well, the chain of bunkers could work. I just built a lot of tanks and basically followed them, but let's try. I did a save, let's just try.
Never thought we'd be back to this graveyard again. What have we got, Matt?
The Dominions restored power to the old rail network. They're using the trains to move salvage to a central processing station. Our informants say the Dominions found something unusually valuable, and they're transporting it to the processing station today. It's on one of these trains, but unfortunately they're all scan shielded, so we can't tell which one. We'll have to hit as many as we can and hope we get lucky.
Hope we get lucky? That ain't the usual Matt Horner plan.
You got a better one, sir. I'm all ears.
It's all good, Matt. You sold me.
It's all good,
Let's go
Matt.
rob ourselves some trains.
Old boy.
Tychus is gonna love this one.
Love this one. But yeah, train robbery will be right up Tychus's alley. Get to work. Need to build a tech lab. You're my squad 1. There's already some research to be had. I will not build Diamondbacks. I will not.
Sir, it turns out there are a few Confederate vehicles in the hills the Dominion haven't salvaged yet.
Diamondbacks? Man, I didn't think they made it past prototyping. Their rail guns will be great for stopping those trains. No pun intended. I'll upload their schematics.
I will locate them just for the...
There may be other vehicles around that we
just for the sake of the bonus objective, but I will not use them. No, sir. Although the early phase is always so like, meh.
Not enough minerals.
When you're so bloody poor, you can't afford shit.
SCV ready.
Come on, build faster. Faster.
Who wants some?
SCV ready.
Ah, there's resources to be gathered, so let's take a look around. That will speed things up considerably. Now they've got 52, 55 health, that's also good.
Will do. SCV ready. Been waiting on you. What's on your mind?
This is also sadly a kind of...
Go, go, go!
They could have done more with this unit, but the campaign isn't really built for that. Because the whole gimmick of this unit is that it can fire on the move. But as I said, most of the campaign is like defensive and you're just sitting in your base waiting for enemies to come to you. So it doesn't just really work with the campaign together. I'll also need to get on Vespine mining soon. Also need another barracks.
Yeah, whatever. By the numbers, boy.
Let's keep exploring.
Who wants some?
Yeah, this is going to be interesting without tanks and without Razorbacks.
Doctor is in. Please state the nature of your...
A train
There they
is
come.
through a tunnel in the northwest.
More. It's an interesting idea, though. It has like some caveats if you actually stop to think about it. Because like in the cinematic you can see that he's still wearing his pants, so basically his pants are sealed in the armor with him. And that means that every time he takes a piss, he's pissing into his own pants. Yeah, I'm not sure this will work. This is going to be close. I should have bought the Stimpaks, I think. Yeah, they probably didn't. Or it's just really an oversight on the devs' part. This is not going to work, I'm afraid. I don't have the output. I don't have the damage output for this. And the Marines can't really keep up with it.
Additional supply depots.
And I need supply depots. Yeah, this is a What could I do better to... Except for Stimpaks. Stimpaks would certainly work. I might need to buy the Stimpaks. Firebats are not strong against armored and mechanical targets. And they have short range. I mean, I got pretty close. Just 700 missing. Let's just try again. Is there no? Is there no? Let's just do it like this. So with the 50% rate of fire buff that the Stimpaks give you, that should work. It's still going to be interesting. I also just might forgo the tag lab on the barracks and just immediately go for a reactor to just pump more Marines. Okay, first train in 2 minutes and a half.
Sir, it turns out there are a few Confederate vehicles in the hills the Dominion haven't salvaged yet.
Diamondbacks.
Their rail guns will be great for stopping those trains. No pun intended. I'll upload their schematics to our factory network.
There may be other vehicles.
You immediately build another barracks for me.
Keep our eyes open.
Armed and ready.
Actually, just like have it just stand there. Why not? Let's actually, let's just park it here. Whatever.
This better be good.
Okay, let's start pumping Marines.
You gonna give me orders? Go, go, go!
Firebats. I mean, it would be cool if Firebats did anti-armor damage, but that would be a bit unbalanced, I think. He's still building more SCVs. What's up here? Ah, perfect. More stuff. Well, these guys. Dun, dun, dun. He's almost finished. More of these. More Marines. I will have to get... Yeah, let's build a tech lab here. You start mining. Gangway coming through. 40 seconds. Oh dear, oh dear, oh dear. More Marines. Oh, perfect, more stuff. Ah. Research, that's also good.
Add-on complete.
20 seconds.
Additional supply depots.
Come on. I need more minerals and stuff like that. There. Get going. And depose.
A train is approaching through a tunnel in the northwest.
I'm waiting.
Okay, moment of truth. Let's see if this works. Let's get them as far forward as possible. Build more of them. Alright. 15 seconds. That's actually pretty long. And go.
That's fine.
Yep, this looks much better. Yeah, look at that. I've made much more progress.
Additional supply depots required.
Halfway down already. Okay, with stim packs it works. It's like a bit risky for the health of my poor guys. But that's what the medics are for. Come on, come on, come on. More of everything. You also keep building. And there's stuff in it. Perfect.
Excellent work, sir.
Yes, I know, thank you.
Train scrap payload to build more units.
Yes, I know.
Yes, sir.
Just keep pumping. Just keep pumping. Not fire bats. No. More of those. Almost ready with these. Let's seal that up. Yeah, I'll definitely need more medics to keep those guys healthy enough to actually go for their stim packs all the time. You built me another refinery. More. Ah crap, the next train is already on the way in like 30 seconds. Dear. This is going to be tight. And throughout it all I also have to do like find the research samples, locate the diamond bags for the reserve, for the bonus objective, stuff.
A train is coming through the western tunnel.
Check it out.
On the way.
Dominion started sending escorts to protect the trains.
That means I need more medics. More medics. Alright. Let's get this show started. Good. Halfway done. I need more supply or nothing happens. No, not there. You guys, attack. Okay, this works surprisingly well. They are training. More of these. Perfect. This is kind of stressful. More SCVs.
The doctor is in.
Good. Another one of those. Last sample. Let's do more exploring while I still have the time. I also need someone to build the engineering bay. More damage, more fire rate. More. One more here.
Commander, I'm picking up increased comm traffic from the Dominion. Sounds like they're planning to attack our base.
Okay.
Be ready.
Whatever. Halfway done with this. You get back there. Let's get that done.
The doctor is in.
15. Let's build 2 more.
Better send some body bags.
There they are. Destroyed for all I care. I don't. Come on, run faster. Okay, I said I was not going to use these units, but couldn't be helped in this case.
Where does it hurt?
A train is exiting.
I'm sorry, I'm sorry. I broke my own rules. More. Stop repairing them. You've got more important stuff to do. Don't get too close. Building, they're all working. Don't get too close to the bunkers. Not the bunkers.
Yes, sir.
Okay, perfect. They're almost ready.
The Dominion are constructing a series of bunkers to protect the tracks.
Ah, there's the last research sample. Perfect.
Sure thing. Orders received.
Nobody constructs any shit on my turf. More. Okay, let's keep those tracks clear, boys. There they are. Almost ready, that's good. Let's just build more of these.
You gonna give me orders? Will do. This better be good.
The doctor is in.
By the number. We could use some help here.
There we go. And also the fire bats. Okay, let's find the last diamond bag.
That's fine.
The doctor is in.
Upgrade complete.
Good, I've got some extra fire rate. Let's get the armor. But it's probably not where the research is.
We could use some help here. Of course. I'm on it. Sure. Who wants some?
Oh crap, I targeted my own guy. Okay, where could the last diamond bag be? Maybe up here? Our next train is coming anyway. I got one more war pig.
A train is coming through the western tunnel.
Where could the last one be?
The doctor is in.
This better be good. You gonna give me orders? Ready to fire.
Man.
Been waiting on. Who wants some? This better be gangway. Coming through.
The doctor is in.
Don't get too close to the bunkers.
Sure thing.
And crash. Nice.
You gonna give me orders?
Big army.
Armed and ready.
Okay, let's check up here.
We could use some help here. You got it. This better be good. Will do.
Oh, there's an expansion, okay. A potential one. But no diamond bags for me.
Got it.
maybe. This looks promising. Yep, there it is. That's the last one.
Looks like we found all the Confederate Diamondbacks, sir. This should really help out against the trains.
No it doesn't, Matt. It doesn't. But just hold that thought. Ah, crap. Okay, the losses with this method are pretty high. You basically have to permanently replace your marines. I'm also getting closer to my supply cap. I've got all the upgrades. So now I just need to destroy 4 more trains.
A train is approaching through a tunnel in the northwest.
Armed and ready. Who wants some?
How long for these guys? Not much longer. I could also just try and destroy their base. They don't have that many defenses.
By the numbers, boy. You want a piece of me, boy? Orders received.
Let's fight them a bit further back so they don't get pulled into the bunker. And Stimpack 3, 2, 1, ready. Let's build some more of the ladies. Yep. I think I really just push in and destroy the space. This also might mean that they don't even get escorted anymore, because it looks like these bases actually produce the escorts. So, attack mode activated. No, you.
The doctor is in. Better send some body bags.
Huh? Huh. Whatever.
Sir, I'm detecting Dominion kill teams patrolling the tracks with large groups of marauders.
Well, marauders are strong against
I'll mark their location
armored units, so it joke's on them.
Still, you should try to avoid them.
Okay, so that's one base destroyed. I guess their main base is like in here. And that's probably going to be too strong to attack, but still, I did some good work. I did some good work. Let's keep pushing. Oh, next train is on the way anyway. Ah, perfect. Couldn't have been better.
The Dominion are boosting their train speed somehow. You'll need to use Diamondbacks to catch them.
Yep, they just slapped on some rockets. Somehow they boosted their speed. It's completely inconceivable how they achieved that. But I think with the Stimpaks the Marines can actually keep pace. Also, it's not escorted, so that actually makes my job easier in a way. Yeah, piece of cake.
I'm on it. By the numbers, boys. You
Just 2 more. I think the next one is also going to be boosted. And then it's back to being escorted. Even with all those medics, the bunkers actually do a lot of damage. I just build a few more medics. So I still wonder how injecting drugs into your system actually makes you fire faster, but that's neither here nor there.
I'm on it. Been waiting on you. Yes, sir.
Beliote, huh? How original!
Vespine Geyser exhaust base is under attack.
Oh crap. Not that this helps in any way. So they've got tanks, I don't.
The train is approaching through a tunnel in the northwest.
Is this also speed boosted? Yep, this is. But as we've seen before, that's actually no problem. It's a wonder they can actually keep up with all the healing. And fire. I wonder if, like in the last mission, just attacking Kerrigan with like 1 million marines is actually easier than building like bunkers and tanks and whatever. Just build an infantry blob and it will just absorb Kerrigan's attacks. Alright. Just for completion's sake, I want this gone. Third wave. But I heard that there's some way to stun her, but I'm not sure how. Or like to silence her rather. Okay, pure infantry works surprisingly well in this campaign so far. What's that one? Ah, they're building up the escort, I imagine. So I guess the next train comes through here.
Mineral field depleted.
Okay, 3 seconds, 2 seconds, last second. And I can just keep standing here, okay. Easy. Oh, they just spawn. Okay, if they just spawn new units. Never mind. And mission achieved. Right.
Sir, we're detecting electrical activity in the wreckage.
Now let's see what they were so fired up to get their hands on.
Adjutant 23-4.
Ah.
System recording. New Gettysburg Defense Initiative. Submit access codes.
Well, I'll be. Confederate adjutant. What intel's so important to go and dig her up to recover it?
Well, fans of the series will definitely recognize the name New Gettysburg. It could be important. So, we didn't miss any trains, we found all the diamond bags, we found all the research. We still lost only 23 units, I was expecting more. But so you don't get you can't have tanks in this mission actually because, or can you? I'm not sure if the missions are like sometimes assigned a bit randomly, to be honest.
Sir, that adjutant we recovered is down in the lab. She's all powered up.
Talk to me, you old piece of junk. What do you know?
User identified. Raynor, James, ex-Marshal Marsara Colony. Joined Sons of Korhal Terrorist Group. Status, criminal.
Enough about me, darling. What else you got locked up in that synthetic head of yours?
User status, criminal. Access denied.
Playing hard to get, huh? We'll see about that.
But yeah, the thing will be very, very important later on in the story. So what do the news say?
Ladies and gentlemen, each night I bring you the news in the most fair and balanced manner possible.
Totally.
I have a commentary. Some have asked me what the difference is between our leader, Emperor Mengsk, and the traitor Jim Raynor. They point out that Mengsk rebelled against the government of his youth and came to power through the use of violence and subversion. Why is it wrong for Jim Raynor to rebel in similar fashion?
That's a good question.
There is a difference. When Emperor Mengsk began his revolution, there was no threat hanging over humanity. James Raynor is waging his revolution while we are at war with 2 alien races. James Raynor, have you no conscience? Shouldn't you fall in line, putting your petty complaints aside as we struggle for humanity's very survival against this alien menace?
Everyone's a critic.
Well, this is wrong on 2 accounts. First, when Mengsk was waging his rebellion, the Terrans were already at war with Zerg at least, and also like kinda with the Protoss. And second, he basically admitted that his revolution, that Jim's revolution isn't necessarily wrong. He just has bad timing. Because what he did say was like, hey, we're fighting a common enemy, so let's just like put aside our differences for now, but he didn't say that his revolution was, that his cause was wrong on principle. Gotcha there, Donnie.
Robbing a train again, get you feeling nostalgic?
Damn straight. We must have hit the Shell Express a dozen times back in the day. Oh, that keeper never got old.
Almost got us killed when they smartened up and started using outriders to chase us.
Never was a man of them could keep up with you on a vulture, Jimmy. Just added to the fun.
Vultures. Oh, right! You actually get vultures later in this campaign too, I think.
I'll never know.
Or was that in another campaign? No, I think it was in this one. Yeah, the mission later with the Mira Han, I remember. That's Hanson. Zerg tank. Let's see. Blah blah blah. Continues to evolve, etc., etc., etc. Extremely sophisticated. How do they burrow? They swim through the ground, etc., etc., etc. Which one?
Jim, let me in.
Which earlier discussion?
What really happened on Tarsonis? Whatever it was, I can see it tearing you up inside.
Tarsonis. That's where it all went down. Meng stole a psi emitter from the Confederacy and planted it there. He knew that it'd attract the Zerg, and our revolution began that day. The day Mengsk murdered a whole planet and called it justice.
My God. Billions of innocent people. That's just monstrous. No wonder you hate him so much.
And that's mediocre voice acting. I don't want to riff too much on the person who voiced Liara Tisoni, but that was not her best delivery. Oh, Pete Rice up pooped. That's not what I expected when you said, like, I went to think about our earlier discussion. But still, if you keep peeing into your pants and you can't clean up, it still will lead to an infection sooner or later, right? I just watched one of the intro mission cutscenes on Char in my own playthrough. The rifle canes have primer since they auto 50 kills. They ain't gauze. They're definitely just... Well, my fan theory, it's probably still nonsense, but my personal idea is that basically it's a combinated system, which is probably just garbage if you think about it. But so basically it uses black powder to give the projectile its initial charge, some initial speed, some initial velocity, and then the gauze component just keeps speeding it up as it runs down the barrel. So you could say that it's a primer in more than one meaning, but it's probably, as I said, it's probably not. If you have gauze technology, you probably don't need like a black powder charge to give the projectile some initial speed, but it's the best idea I could come up with. So both of these are actually kind of interesting. This is a flamethrower turret. It's pretty cheap. It's available pretty early, I think. So yeah, it's pretty good against tons of light units. The planetary fortress is a giant cannon mounted on the command center. The idea is, as you can see in the video, the idea is to basically protect your expansions better. But it's actually a pretty powerful tool on defensive missions because you just build a planetary fortress in a bottleneck and it pretty much functions as that bottleneck's tank while the bunkers and the tanks fire away all the time. So I will get the fortress. Trying to find a graphic equalizer that has a max height of 6 centimeter. What's the graphic equalizer for? So we've got the laboratory, we've got the cantina. He still doesn't have anything to say. Let's see, the Diamondback gains more range. And 50 extra life, so... As I said, the idea behind these is actually pretty neat, but the campaign doesn't really reward mobile gameplay that much, so still just no. Also, it's not a classic unit, so it's off limits anyway. But we do have 200,000. This is just 50. This is 85, it's pretty expensive, but this could be damn useful. These I should get sooner or later too. The MIDI-synth tower. Well, I'm sure you'll show it in your stream sooner or later anyway, right?
I've been looking for an encryption expert so we can
the MIDI-synth tower. Interesting.
No luck so far.
Colonel Orlin at Dead Man's Port can crack anything. Haven't been back there in a while. Say, didn't you end up getting married last time we were there?
I told you before. If I knew what the prize was, I never would have joined that card game.
Ah, Matt. Come on, you got a bride.
Lovers reunion that chokes me up.
He should really not complain so much. His wife is kind of sweet. As we will also see later. So, what do we have available?
We still need to access the adjutant we retrieved from Tarsonis. Our old mercenary associate, Colonel Orlin, is an expert in Confederate code decryption. If our intel's right, he should still be based at the Merkhaven at Dead Man's Port. He's not very trustworthy, but he's our best bet of breaking that encryption.
So yeah, that follows the plot line with the adjutant. That's also where they got the vultures. That's still the zombie mission, and there it is. The siege tanks.
Apparently they sent in a specialist team, but they lost contact with them 2 days ago. Their bad luck, I guess. Figure we'll get hazard pay for this one.
Terrans being the small faction that tries to survive. The Terrans are pretty cool. I don't always like with all the newer units, which has increasingly that kind of Transformers feel. Like the Vikings going from plane to mech. I think with Heart of the Swarm they got like this big robot with the shield and the flamethrower, so it just keeps getting sillier and sillier in terms of unit design, but all in all the Terrans are pretty damn cool. So I'll do this mission next because I want the siege tanks as soon as possible. It's just one of the most important units in the entire campaign. And will be especially useful on this mission. Basically they're useful in any mission. You just park a few in your base and they fend off everything the enemy sends at you. That's not air. But first I'll just go pee really quick. Unlike Tychus, I will not pee in my pants. I will actually use the facilities for that, and I will also refill my iced tea. So just give me like 2 minutes or so. Be right back. There I am. With another glass of tasty, tasty peach iced tea. Oh yeah. That's the stuff. But yeah, low sci-fi is pretty cool. Doesn't necessarily have to be hard sci-fi, but I'm more drawn to the grittier, the dirtier style, and not like the sci-fi where humans have almost advanced to like energy beings and everything just comes out of like a replicator, and it's just a bit boring in a way. Like you just go to like in Star Trek, you just go to like your replicator and say like, hey, I want a steak, and it's just there. And like no one has to like actually farm anything or mine anything. It just happens like magic.
So here's the deal. This place is a morgue. Whatever used to live in these ruins up and died millions of years ago. Before they went missing, the Mobius team reported artifact radiation emanating from that big old hunk of rock over yonder. They brought a big damn laser drill to burn the way in.
Laser drill? That thing's a monster. If the Mobius team had access to that kind of hardware, I need to think about what could have wiped them out.
Reckon we'll find out soon enough, partner.
That's what I actually liked. Have you seen the Star Trek series Picard?
Watch your corners, boys. We don't know who cleaned this place out.
That's actually what I really liked about Picard, that it still had like that basic Star Trek optimism.
The mysteries of this place are forbidden. You will pay for your transgressions with your lives.
Okay. At least we know what happened to the other expedition.
It still had like the basic optimism that Star Trek always has, but it was like realistic enough to still be believable, because Star Trek was often too idealistic for my taste.
Swan, you promised me siege tanks. Where are they?
Settle down, hotshot. They're coming. These babies will knock those cannons down from a nice, safe distance.
And Picard struck like the perfect balance, basically. I might go back for the last season that was released. I think that has 3 seasons now. But yes, I know I'm using the Marauder in this mission, but I will retire it as soon as I get to the base.
These new siege tanks work just like the old ones. When you put them in siege mode, they get increased range and firepower. They can't move in siege mode, so if you need to reposition...
Yes, I know how siege tanks works.
Got it?
I have played Starcraft before.
Let's get some siege tanks deployed on the high ground. They can pound that Protoss stalker before it even gets close to us.
Give us your best shot!
Don't underestimate 40k. I mean, it is stupid, but it's stupid in a fun way. But I don't necessarily mean that a story has to be like super dark and like everyone is evil and a bastard and like not everyone has to be Wayland Yutani, but not everyone has to be a Boy Scout either. Just find a good balance in between. Some good and some bad, and it's more interesting than like either extreme.
174 gigawatts. The power of the sun at your fingertips. Now get it aimed at that door and let's get cutting.
Laser output is good. Drilling will take some time, but there's no other way into the temple. Sir, the Tal'Darim are mobilizing their forces against us.
Good thing I have a laser drill.
Set a perimeter and protect the drill until we're through. Just glad we've got siege tanks.
That actually is like communist in the sense it was originally meant. So we... Ah, I can't use it yet. Okay, that happens later. Alright, let's put one here, one here. More of these.
Bunkers and siege tanks defending that laser drill. We got no chance of claiming the artifact without it.
Let's just build a reactor. Let's get that going. I still got some supply. I need someone building bunkers and stuff like that. So let's go. Because this is basically purely defensive. I don't even know if you have to go out to grab some research. I think not even that is necessary.
Sir, I've managed to access what's left of the Mobius Expedition sensor net. I'll route it through your map so you can see what the Tal'Darim are up to.
Add-on complete.
Good. Got some Marines. Another bunker down here, never mind. But we've almost got a 10th of the mission done. And there. You just go away.
Not a problem. Is it critical? Just relax.
Just relax. Alright, more of these guys. You build me a bunker here. And sometimes they just didn't get some units, the species lost all those not so lovely But I think we are still slowly advancing. But I know what you mean. And I doubt that we will ever get completely rid of it. But we are getting... I think we are getting a bit wiser with time. Slightly. Place one here. More CVs. Though it does take a lot of effort. And a lot of checks and balances. But at least we are trying. Maybe I should say it like that. We are at least trying to be better, and it sometimes works. Another bunker here. Yeah, I think like this. Fill up that one. Also need a... Damn. Okay, never mind. Let's place it slightly to the right. I would say that how humanity shows is a way than culture and technology shows us a basic human aspect. That how humanity shows is a... I still say that how humanity shows is a way... I think I'm just a bit confused. I might be reading that sentence wrong, or it's missing a single word or something. Okay, here they come. I also need the arsenal to boost my attack power for the tanks. As I said, it will never completely happen, I think, but I think it's still going to be better than it is at the moment. I mean, like when you think, just when you think about like forms of government, we now have a democracy, which doesn't always work properly, but it's still a different beast than like in the Middle Ages when you had a king who could just execute you because you pissed him off. And stuff like that. But as I said, it takes effort, it takes checks and balances. So I think a culture can always filter are basically human aspect. Ah, okay, yeah. Okay, now I understand what you mean. And I agree. This is also not the best placement for all this. Okay, now I get the control of the laser drill. In a second, I will. There we go.
This will not be borne by the faithful.
Sir, those are Protoss Archons.
I know.
If they get too close, our men won't stand a chance.
I know.
I'm giving you manual control of the laser drill. See if you can use it against the Protoss.
That's too kind.
All right, you heard the man. Swing that laser around. We can use it to drive back the Protoss.
Coming through. You, speak up.
More Marines. I'm still not sure about the research. Like if there's research to be gathered on this map. That's building. Let's also get that going.
Base is under attack.
So 2 bunkers on either side and like a few tanks should be plenty fine.
Not enough minerals.
That's probably also the case.
Not enough minerals.
That how do I say, we have become complacent, at least a little bit.
Base is under attack.
Put one down here. Yeah, they're doing fine. This is getting filled up. Oh, I can get the war pigs, right? Probably should get the war pigs. Place them in there.
The laser drill has breached the door's outer layer.
So I've got one repair SCV there. I still need to close this little gap. There we go. Okay, so what's next?
Upgrade.
2 in there. Let's build 2 more of those. That they have been perfect and do history in that sense. Exactly, that's what I meant earlier. As I said, it's not perfect, but like, one thing I always think when like people are like, oh, but like things in the Western world aren't so great either, and we're not that different from, I don't know, Russia or China, and I think like, you know, here I can go out in the street and shout at the top of my lungs that, like, oh crap. And shout at the top of my lungs that that like the German Chancellor is an asshole, and nothing happens. If I do that in China, I will just disappear the next day. So it's a completely different beast. And yeah, just because things aren't perfect here, you can't quite compare how different things are. Actually, let me just check real quick if this mission has research, or if you automatically get the research for finishing the mission. Wings of Liberty walkthrough. Blah 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 blah. Covert missions, rebellion, artifact missions. The dig. There it is. Blah blah. Where's my body? Where is it? Was this guide helpful? There is no guide. Jesus. Yeah, that's like one bad thing. One bad way to think about it. Isn't there actually like a technical term for it? The so-and-so fallacy or something? Like, that also comes to play with anti-vaxxers. Like, oh, the vaccine isn't perfect. It only works in like 99% of the time. So because there's still like 1% missing, it's garbage. I think there's a word for that, but I can't remember. Safe Haven, Devil's Playground, Welcome to the Jungle, Breakout, Ghost of a Chance, Cutthroat, where is it? Media Blitz, The Dig, yada yada yada. Eventually you're going to interact with the laser. Second command building. You can also use the laser to destroy other Protoss building, which will unlock research back at your lab. Okay, destroy Protoss buildings.
You want a piece of me, boy?
Sadly, I have no idea where to go, really.
Yes, sir.
We'll just
Affirmative.
scout a little bit. Destroy protest buildings. These 4 they can handle.
Sir, I'm picking up the energy signatures of several Protoss relics in the area. I'm marking them on your map.
Ah. There they are, relics. Okay, down there.
Well, if there's time, we can blast them free with a laser drill. I bet Stedman would love to study them.
I have time. Destroy. Exterminate. Annihilate. Destroy. I really wanted to start with multiplayer, but still. Yeah, I've always sucked at real-time strategy in general.
Upgrade.
I'm much more of a campaign player. I turtle up, I build up my army really cozy like.
Base is under attack.
And then I feel like, I'm now ready to like steamroll the enemy. I like make my way. No, let's just buy those. So yeah, easy. But I do need to speed things up, to be honest. If I want the research. I'll also need the mercs. Oh, and I've got the... at least the 2 medics down there. I'll also take this one with me. At least those 2 are close to another. You can't stop the laser drill. It just keeps firing. Okay, let's go.
Upgrade complete.
You gonna give me orders?
Ah, crap. Was not the best timing. This was kind of awful timing, to be honest. More. What the hell is that? You are not part of Team 1. You're part of Team 1. Okay, let's get the research. Oh crap. Let's get that. Okay, let's get those first. These 3 and then the shrine. Also, let's keep building Marines. Okay, that's done. But if you want, Zebu, we can play some Starcraft II in co-op, because there's a special co-op mode, which is not like... it doesn't keep you busy forever, but it's a fun little mode. Ah, the Expanse was great. Same offer also to Angel Shade, of course, if you want. We can definitely play some Starcraft II co-op.
Mineral field depleted.
By the numbers, boys.
Okay, let's blunt their assault first. And then I'll go for the last 2. Let's see how they fare. Yep. They can't even reach my lines. Okay. Assault team on the way.
The laser drill is now cutting through the door's thermal barrier.
give me orders? Been waiting on you.
Let's look at that. Drill away. Thanks. It's a nice touch how you can see that it's like slowly burning up and slowly melting. And it's cracked open. Okay, no more defenses here. That's really convenient that it's really like exactly next to each other. They have no big units coming up, so I can really just take my time.
Go ahead. Sir, more air units inbound.
More air units inbound.
Right on top of
Ah, there. This one, this one, this one, this one. The whole of the Starcraft 1 soundtrack is amazing. I often listen to it at work, to be honest. Got that research. So I think next I will actually... I might try to just grab the expansion. This should be easily defensible. Like I'll just place a bunker here. I have the Marines to fill it up immediately, so that's no big deal. Like even just the menu theme of StarCraft 1 is so good. Especially after like the Brood War intro. You get like that intro and like the Zerg, they start swarming that trench. And then after like a short break and a short black screen, you're hit with the menu theme. I'm not quite ready, but I have like the war pigs in there.
Is under attack.
There's another war pig. And war pig. Plus 2 Marines. And you take position here. So you start building the command center here. Drill takes care of the Archons. Let's just place another tank. Right. I guess that should work. Aircraft can't get closer. Okay. And that's good enough. No. Good, good, good. Let's place these guys here just for safety. Do I have another 3? Yeah, but I need you for repairs in this area. But it's going quite well. I probably don't even need the expansion, but I want it. There's also an achievement on this map for destroying 50 Protoss buildings with the drill. And there's like a little trick where you build, like for example, a barracks and have that barracks float like to the edge of the Protoss base and then just like attack the Protoss buildings as they come into vision. I'll build some more tanks. Get more mercs. I've never watched Babylon 5, but I have it on my watch list, I think. To one day. To consume it one day. Let's get a bunker there. They're still harvesting. How does it compare to Starcraft in terms of like style, atmosphere, plotline? Oh, trouble. Double trouble.
Yes, sir. Been waiting on you. In the rear. Got no patience for sitting around.
Quite a lot, so it's quite similar, you say. Was Babylon 5 like about that space station called Babylon 5, or was that Andromeda? I can't tell them apart, to be honest. Where's the... Oh, there's the MCV. Spaceship Babylon. What was Andromeda then? Just empty this one.
This better be good.
Thermal barrier breached. The laser drill is now cutting through the core.
They seek to befoul the legacy of the gods. Destroy them.
You can try. This one can get some forward placement, as does this one. Over here. Oh. Oh. Realistic lightning. Ah, that's important that they use realistic lightning. Ah, well, you should never underestimate the details. Don't be like that. Okay, so this is blocked down quite well. You three guys get working.
These guys just won't give up. Stick it to them, boys.
Stick it to him. Okay, that's quite a lot of aerial units. But they've got no chance. Still, I should maybe build like another turret. 93 to 98. I was still a little boy. Full lighted. I still remember the Star Trek TNG, the bridge with that ugly, ugly brown plastic everywhere. I mean, in the 80s and early 90s that was probably super modern, but it wasn't pretty. Yo. Get to work. Yep, just chilling until the mission's done. The first season of Babylon 5 or Star Trek Next Generation? Well, if I watch a show, I always watch it in its entirety. I never skip seasons or episodes.
Base is under attack.
Ah, it's been so long. When did I last watch Buffy? I think it was really like about 15 years ago, maybe a bit less than 15. But I was still in high school. I watched them all with my sister, who had like the complete collection on DVD. Buffy was quite fun, though I'm not sure like how much I would like it today. Like whether my viewing habits have changed. I guess I could build maybe like some missile turrets just in case.
Yeah, whatever.
20 years ago. Well, when did Buffy run again? It was like a 90s show, that I still remember. Oh, I also remember how crazy my family, because basically all my siblings watched Buffy. How much they loved that musical episode. And I was so annoyed at some point. Because they had like that soundtrack running all the time. They recorded it on like VHS and they watched it. I think there was a week where or a month where they watched it like half a dozen times or so. What other space shows did you try, Angel? You don't even need the laser drill to defend against the Archons. What did I watch? I watched Star Trek Original. I watched Star Trek Next Generation. I watched Picard.
Mineral field depleted.
I guess at some point I should actually watch some Deep Space Nine. I watched Stargate SG-1, which was superb. I watched Stargate Atlantis, which was fun, but not as good as SG-1. Jawohl, das ist ein Vampir. Ja. Blutsauger. I watched The Expanse, which was really good. The last season of The Expanse I didn't like that much. It just felt too fast. I also felt that the villain they spent all of season 5 building up was just... They made him to be too dumb. Like season 5 it was like... oh, Mark Renars is such a dangerous guy, such a charismatic leader, etc, etc, and then in season 6 he was just a complete idiot who couldn't like zip up his pants on his own. I mean, there was always the implication that he was in over his head, and there's nothing wrong with that, but they just overdid it in my opinion with him. Yeah, the concept is damn cool. It's also interesting that The Expanse actually started as a tabletop game. Or at least as the concept for a tabletop game. That's also why when you pay some attention, you notice that like the factions are actually balanced against each other. So Mars is like the elite faction. They have the most modern military and the strongest ships, but they don't have like the population base or the naval reserves to to fight a war of attrition. The Belters are like the Swarm faction. They don't have like a proper military to fight for them, but they just have like a ton of ships, and they're all experienced, experienced spacers. And like Earth is the in-between, having more ships than Mars, but not quite as many as the Belters, but having better ships than the Belters, but not quite as good ships as Mars. So it's really actually a rather balanced situation for a game. How strong are they actually? 150, 200, 20 damage. And the Vespin Geyser is exhausted. I mean, building a refinery now is completely pointless, because the mission will end in 5 minutes anyway. $350 shields. But the shields don't have armor. Because physics? What do you mean exactly in this this regard?
Ready to roast. Bad news?
Let's just destroy the Archon, so I don't have to deal with this big red blinking signal. $3,000, less than 3,000.
Of the doorway core is imminent. Structured access imminent.
It is our sacred duty to stop these defilers. Burn them to ashes. With fire.
Banzai! Good old human wave attacks, only that they're not human.
Base is under attack.
Alright, the Colossi could actually get attacked by anti-air because they're so large that they also count as air units. But there's victory.
You have prevailed for now. Word of this sacrilege will echo across the stars, James Raynor. The day of reckoning draws near.
These artifacts of yours seem real popular, Tychus.
What do we care? As long as the pay's good.
Really? I'd say getting vaporized by the Tal'Darim definitely counts as diminishing returns.
I've never read Dune, at least not yet. I will read Dune eventually. What I didn't like about Dune was the world felt a bit empty, so to speak. Like you had all these nobles, but also not that many nobles. Like with the Atreides, you just had like Paul and his son, or was it the other way around and Paul was the son? Crap, I can't even remember the name. So it was just like I had like this handful of people, and I don't know, there just wasn't a society to speak of. There was like no merchants, no artisans, no craftsmen, no. It was just like this handful of nobles and their like personal retinue, and that was it. Like Dune didn't give me the feeling of a world that was really alive. The speed of light restricts our communication. If humanity expands like light is away, we can't keep up our normal kind of society and economy. So basically quite logical ways to get back to feudal kind of system where Lord gets its resources from vessels, and the economy is based on... that's true. Unless we find like a way to... I mean, assuming that we find a way to do FTL travel, I also assume that there's going to be a way to do FTL communication. But basically, you have a good point. Also, another thing that 40k gets right for all the stupidity. Because 40k completely acknowledges that the Imperium is so big and so far apart that the only way to rule it is also through feudalism. So it's just like every planet has a governor, and so long as the governor pays taxes and stays loyal, they don't care what's going on. Which is actually quite realistic for an empire of that size. But then again, 40k also like got a lot of ideas from Dune, so there's probably no surprise that it's kind of similar. Oh wait, do we get the Protoss missions now? I think we got the Protoss missions now. I completely forgot about the Protoss missions.
Justice demands that she die for her crimes. Only she can save us.
Wait a second. You're talking about Kerrigan. It's been 4 years. You show up out of nowhere.
Time is short. You must understand. The answers you seek lie within. Study it well. The fate of creation hangs in the balance.
Nice to see you too. I've heard of these Ehon crystals before. Supposedly they allow you to relive another person's memories. For Zeratul uncovered, he was desperate for me to see it too. Well, here goes nothing.
Even though this is basically the start of the whole stupid fantastical plot development, it's still a neat idea to shake things up a bit, because the crystal essentially offers you more missions, and there you play the Protoss, so it's a nice little way to have you play something different than Terrans for a few missions. One of the reasons why feudalism was so stupid was our communication system and speed. Slow communication system are also the reason why cultures go a different way. Think about Europe and the USA. Because people didn't share their culture real time, they went to different paths and didn't think themselves the same nation or kingdomhood. Did you you said that you studied sociology or something. Did you did some research in that direction? Because it sounds like you actually know what you're talking about. The crystal continues to grow, etc, 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 etc. Yeah, lots of energy, complex matrix. But I did read papers. Well, it sounds pretty interesting. And it also sounds like a...
Can you tell me any more about them?
It's interesting. The
But-
one from Zill is different than the others. However, I think all of them once constituted a single device.
You mean they make something bigger?
It would seem so. It's just a theory, but there's an attraction between the artifacts we've collected. A kind of harmonic resonance. Given the points of contiguous translinear alignment, I think they'd be drawn
Technobabble!
to magnets under the right field adjustment.
Okay. Well, don't adjust anything just yet, Doc. I like them aligned just the way they are.
But wouldn't that mean that if we get real-time communication, that eventually all cultures would just align and intermingle into one big culture, essentially? Oh, you just said it yourself. Okay, never mind. I tried to make a smart point and you beat me to it.
I see we have a new acquisition. Is it a Protoss device?
That's right. But I wouldn't mess with it if I were you. It's a Kadaran Ehon crystal. It's a memory storage device. Lets you experience what other people have seen or done. It can be dangerous if you don't know what you're doing.
Yet you don't fear it at all. You're a fascinating man, Jim Raynor. You know more about the Protoss and the Zerg
Flirty
than
flirt.
the experts I've read about.
But at the same time, I guess maybe because we have this kind of real-time communication and an increasing intermingling of cultures, we also get like a pushback reactions where people just cling to the cultures they have all the more, which is kind of sad. Like, too many times have I heard stuff like, yeah, you may eat Mexican food, but it's not really your culture, and I think, like, where does my culture end and someone else's culture begin, and, like, who decides whose culture is whose and stuff like that. So yeah, I do get now either instant supply depots, so you can just put up walls in a few seconds, or faster refineries, and I think I'll just go for faster refineries this time, I think. In the 1900s and early 2000s, we went in a nationalistic way. I just hope that one day we will overcome nationalism, because I find it tiring. I mean, if I woke up tomorrow and Germany was gone, of course I would be disoriented and what's the word? Perturbed. But I think in the end, like, clinging to our little islands of national identity, I think in the end it hinders us. I'm not saying we should all assimilate into, like, the Borg and just completely give up everything that makes us us, but we should also just broaden our horizons and, like, not be so, like, this is German and this is French and, like, this shouldn't mix and... So much dialogue. Okay.
This is Donnie Vermillion, live from UNN. Tonight, the Zerg invasion. The battle so far. The Terran Dominion is holding firm under Zerg aggression. Our industrial complex has stepped up production on all fronts. Enlistment rates have risen within the penal system, and the Marine Corps is ready to get in the fight. The Zerg won't know what hit them.
Donnie, has there been any word on when we start pushing the aliens back?
Kate, if I revealed that, I'd be giving away vital Dominion secrets.
You think the Zerg watch our broadcast?
I know they do, Kate. I know they do.
Well, you heard it here first, folks. This is Kate Lockwell for UNN.
You know, the Zerg aren't stupid, they probably do watch Terran broadcasts. Actually, let me tell you, national pride is an illusion you are brought up with. I was born in Yugoslavia, was Yugoslavian, who had the war for Croatian independence, and was Croatian from that day forward. As a kid, I drew a red star flag and had communist pictures in my school, and then it changed. I think that different nations are a good thing in a way. It brings competition, it brings some people a sense of being. Yeah, as I said, I don't mean that we should just give it up completely, but we shouldn't cling to it too much.
Had any visitors lately?
I don't know what you're talking about, Tosh.
Oh, I think you do. James Rayner, something was on this ship just now. I still smell it on you. Protoss. Interesting.
Whatever you think you know, you just keep it to yourself. I hear you yapping about this, and I'll toss you out the airlock.
Like with the Mexican stuff, like why shouldn't I be allowed to open up a Mexican restaurant? There's nothing magical about Mexican food. You have like recipes and you make these recipes and you get Mexican food out of it. It's not like if I don't have Mexican blood in me, I'm for some reason not able to make Mexican food or something. It's just something you need to learn, but it can be learned.
So now we've got 3 of these artifacts on my ship. When are we supposed to hand these damn things over?
They got their hands full right now. The Zerg are about to invade Tirador, where Mobius' main research center is. I don't reckon we'll hear anything from them until they relocate somewhere safe.
Wonderful. Let's get down to business.
We also get another mercenary group, which is one of the most, maybe even the most powerful mercenary group in the entire game. So 2 Elite Siege Tanks 2 times with 66% extra damage. So, and Siege Tanks are already pretty powerful, so in deployed mode I think that's like, they have like over 100 damage per shot. So basically you just set up these guys in your base and they take care of it. So that's a definite hire. Yeah, that's what I mean with pushback. Like we have so many options to interchange, like, what do you call it? Ideas, items, but at the same time that apparently scares people so much that they would rather just completely wall it off all the more. So that's a new model of siege tank. I think in Starcraft 1 it was called the... what was it called in Starcraft 1 again? But I think it actually says on... in the mercenary description. Oh no, it doesn't say. Was it the arc light or something? I'm not sure anymore.
We're rocking some serious heavy metal now that we got siege tanks.
Yes, sir. The comforting thunder of the big guns. Well, comforting when they're on our side.
Yeah, these newer tanks have better guns when they're on the move. And reinforced armor.
So long as they still got the range in siege mode, the rest is just gravy. Between siege tanks and bunkers, we can hold the line against just about anything.
That's actually true what Swan said, that, at least in my opinion, the newer siege tanks are better in undeployed mode. I think they fire faster and they have extra damage against armored targets, so they actually work better as actual tanks. Whereas the siege tanks in StarCraft 1 were always a bit clunky and didn't have that an amazing damage output in normal mode. Okay, let's see what we got here. Multiple construction, that's actually pretty cool. And double repair. So part of USSR Tito was actually opposed to Stalin compared with the West. Ah, I was about to tell the story myself, but you beat me to it. Stop sending assassins, we're getting tired of capturing them. If you keep it up, we will send one after you and we won't have to send a second. Yeah, exactly. I will have to send just one. And if I'm not mistaken, there's actually a theory, and it's not even like just a complete out of the way theory, it's actually seriously considered, that Stalin was killed by Tito. It's not proven, And it's maybe not the most likely theory, but it's there. And it's credible. So the siege tanks got some really good upgrades, like this one, which costs a lot of diddly, but they do 40 extra damage to their primary target, which pushes damage to over 100 for the normal tanks, and accordingly higher for the mercenary tanks. And another one that's also super expensive is that the splash damage to friendly units is reduced by 75%, which is also super good. But yeah, this one... Do I get this one already?
You ain't gonna believe this, but I just saw Zeratul on the ship.
How much did you have to drink tonight, sir?
It's just a myth? Okay.
He was here, Matt, and he was hurt. On the run from something.
Where is he now, sir?
I just read that somewhere, that it's like
But he ain't on the ship anymore.
a credible hypothesis, but...
And he was desperate for me to study it.
But as I said, it's not been proven. It probably never will. If it's true, it probably never will be proven. Just do a safety save. So what do we have? New Folsom, that's another Tosh mission.
New Folsom is ripe for the taking, man. Every voice that was ever raised against Minsk is pinned up inside those walls. We let all them prisoners loose, and he'll never know what hit him. Just let me know when you're ready to pull the trigger.
It's a lot of money, but I will not do that yet. I think I'll do Meinhof next.
Jim, refugee populations from across the sector have been
It's not a lot of
using Meinhof as a
research.
staging point, but with so many people in close proximity, an epidemic of
Yeah, shut up for a second. Before I do that, I might get the extra armor for fire bats, because they will probably be quite important in this mission. Let's just get that. Oh yeah, I can imagine that from Finland it's actually really inconvenient to visit a lot of places. At least a lot of places that aren't like Estonia or Latvia or... what was it? Estonia, Latvia, and... I always forget one of these. Damn it. Estonia, Latvia, and... Is it Lithuania? Lithuania? Cooperate with the Eastern Bloc, most of the trade was with the West, in particular with Germany and Italy, that was using Soviet tech in Yugoslavia that was mostly appropriate. You gotta admire the inventiveness of people. Okay, so let's do Meinhof. Meinhof is a really fun mission. And with the tanks and the fire bats, that should be extra fun. So let's go! And it has a blue giant in the background, nice.
So what are we looking at, Doc?
Our readings indicate some kind of bio-infestation is spreading through the refugee camps. Even the buildings are being covered by it.
I've seen this kind of thing before. It's a Zerg virus. All we can do is burn it out. Every one of those infested buildings has to be destroyed.
But where are all the people? Oh no. Those things are infested refugees? This is a nightmare.
Yeah. This ain't good at all.
It's the night of the living dead.
They burrow underground by day and emerge only at night. The virus must make them vulnerable to the high UV output of Meinhof's star.
Then we'll hit the infested buildings by day and protect our base at night. Don't worry, Doc. We'll contain this thing.
I think that's one of the most fun missions in the entire game. 4 shipyards activated, which showed merchant warships to half the continent at that time and being a important country with Mediterranean access west by spending in the summer the benefits. All the stuff you learn with you and the chat angel. Okay, so we've got some defenses here. We've got the the sensor tower. I forgot about that. This will open up later in the mission. Let's get a tech lab going. Let's get 2 tech labs going. Yeah, I'll just place bunkers and stuff here.
We can't risk the contagion spreading to this camp. I want a perimeter.
So the fire bats have got 3 armor right off the bat. And with the upgrades that probably rise to 6.
Add-on complete.
Let's see what's the best placement here. Could place one here, one here. I think that's the best way, yeah. Right, an engineering bay would be quite good. More SCVs. Don't creep me out, advisor. And in 40 seconds it's nighttime, so... Yeah, I have master in social science, mainly in social policy, but I did study a lot of stuff all around the field, and of course I like to learn and read even after. Well, that's always a good attitude, to keep reading and learning. I've not read a lot for many, many years. Since last year, I've been trying to get back to it, with a fun little mechanic, basically. So I have a friend of mine, he reads a lot. And he's a history buff, in brackets, like military history is what really interests him a lot. And he buys himself, I don't know, a 600-page book about the American Civil War, and he reads it in a week. So, the thing is, I envy him for reading so much. He's a bit lonely because he couldn't talk about all his books with anyone. So we basically made a little pact, and we coordinate our reading efforts every now and then, and just read the same books, and this has me just reading a lot more. So tomorrow I will get started with this. Rising Sun and Tumbling Bear, about the Russian-Japanese War of 1905 and 1906. Which should be pretty interesting. So that was like one of his ideas. One of my ideas, which will follow afterwards, is The Handmaid's Tale. I've seen the show on Prime, but I've never read the book, so that was my contribution. And so we just have like this little 2-man book club going, so that's pretty fun. Also on car and weapon industry, it was crap and based on Soviet design philosophy. Okay. It was ours, so Yugoslavia didn't need to import many things. A master's in law. Well, that will obviously open many doors in the professional fields for you, I imagine. But I wouldn't say harmful in his case. It's just like he had no peers, basically, who were on the same level as him, so essentially he would read a book about the American Civil War, but no one else did, so he was just like sitting on all his knowledge and couldn't have a frantic conversation about it, and I'm like catching up, which pleases him immensely. Yeah, in the longer run it might be, that's true. Let's build some Marines.
Nightfall in
They're
30
training. Another bunker here. You get in there. You get in there. You get over there. I don't need medics here if they're all in bunkers. Okay, so now is where the fun begins. Nightfall, and now it's 5 minutes of survival.
Now we gotta hold out till sunrise. Brace yourselves. This could get ugly.
As you can see on the minimap, they just keep coming now. They will keep coming the entire time. absolutely relentless. Let's get an engineering bay going. More SCVs. With the universities, for years you used your time in a community where you've just shared ideas, and after you graduate all that is over. I guess it depends on what you do after graduation, right? Like if you study social sciences and you work in a field that uses social sciences, then I guess you can still... You still have like people to talk to about all that, but... Yeah, if you like go into work in a restaurant, then probably not so much. You also need more people working on... Don't go too far. Actually, just... I need the more complex control scheme. Just a second. Mouse lag. Disable Windows key. Where is it? Where is it? Where is it? Where is it? Gameplay. Unit life bars. Control groups. You could like say display experience points. Simple command grid. I don't want simple command grid. I want complex command grid because I can tell them to hold position. Hold position. Like this. There we go. Alright. Let's get the research done. You keep the heal up. That's true, I guess. I don't think I've made like the most use out of my college days. Sadly. Let's put up a wall here. 2 Marines in there. More SCVs. So for now the attacks are pretty light, but like after a few nights they will get really overwhelming. It will basically be like playing They Are Billions.
My goose is getting cooked.
That's the next one. And I will just like place a few tanks, like 2 tanks up here. And already start preparing a defense here. I would have gotten their Billions a long time ago, but for some reason they just refuse to have a good deal. It's always like, even though the game has been out for years, it's always like, hey, we are 10% off. And I'm like, yeah, no, I can get much better deals on other games, so no thanks. Okay, this mission I can also get to weapons level 2, that's cool. You start giving me another refinery. And you retreat inside. Let's see.
Base is under attack.
One bunker here. I don't want Hellions. Get lost. Go away.
Hey, hotshot. I got schematics to build them Hellions you saw in Marsara. Should be good down there.
Get lost. I don't want them. I don't want them. I want devil dogs. I want war pigs. I want the cool stuff. Okay, I'll also get the siege breaker soon, but I need more supply. 40 seconds and the night is over. Just build me one supply in here. Yep, daybreak coming.
Sun's coming up. We gotta hold on a little longer.
2 SCVs in there.
This better be good.
Base is under attack.
Oh, they're actually getting to the supply depot.
My goose is getting cooked.
Not much longer. Not much longer. Not when I get the tanks. There we go. It is daytime.
Rise and shine, boys. Now it's our time to do some damage.
One bunker here. You get in there already. 1, 2. And you'll be my attack squad, so let's start exploring. And let's also buy these guys. Plus... low on supplies again. But yeah, look at these. Don't they look magnificent? And so they get 100 damage. And it is an arc light shock cannon.
Is that some sort of nest? You better destroy it.
So 100 damage with area of effect. That's going to be really fun. Okay, but I need more stuff. I need more supplies. 1, 2, 3, 4. Oh, this even counts as light actually, so the flamethrowers do extra damage against it. That's good. I can't train anything right now anyway.
I'm not detecting any more infested structures in that sector, Jim.
Good. Also no idea what the research on this mission is.
Affirmative. Booyah. SCV ready.
Just keep building. You're training. 1, 2, 3. So we've got 20 working on the minerals again. What else do we need? Can I build more sensor towers actually? Ah, I can. That's good. That's good. I mean, these guys are just eating up supply, but I'm not in the habit of killing my own units. They're doing the research. Yeah, let's do 1 fire bat. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And infested. This even has attack. The infested missile turret. So if somehow I had gotten air units on this mission, it probably would be able to attack me. Okay, 2 more minutes. There's an achievement which you can get. I'm not sure if it's on hard or normal to win this mission before night 3 is over. I think the first time I actually used the Reapers for that, because the Reapers have a super strong attack against buildings.
Upgrade complete.
Let's get more of these. You will build me another bunker. And you will join these as my mobile attack squad. Yep, there it is. Vehicle weapons. 20 people working on that. Okay, just 50 seconds until nighttime, so let's actually beat it back. If they went back to Earth, where they'll probably run into the biggest fleet ever assembled.
Nightfall in 30 seconds.
I mean, there's still the UED, so why doesn't this have a like a? So 1, 2, 3, 4. No, just 3. Okay, I think this opens like...
You should set some guards. They'll be coming again soon.
Does it open on the second night or on the third? Well, I still have these guys to defend me. Oh, that's the research. Good.
Scans are picking up a unique Zerg biosignature. It appears to be a burrowing creature that is underground during the day and emerges only at night.
But that's because the UED that showed up in Starcraft 1 was just like an expeditionary fleet. It wasn't even like their main force. And in Heart of the Swarm, Stukov actually says to Kerrigan, like in a bit of foreshadowing, like one day they'll be back. So yeah, I think the Terrans would have no chance if
Upgrade complete.
If they decided to go back. And the Terrans don't. They were actually surprised that the UED showed up in the first place. But the UED was apparently spying on the sector for quite a while. Ah, perfect, I can get the next squad of siege breakers. So I'll just place them here.
Base is under attack.
Yeah, they keep getting to that supply depot. I got one more squad of war pigs. Oh, the Vespin doesn't even last that much longer. I thought the attacks would be actually harder than this, and it's still pretty easy. But maybe I'm remembering the mission on hard mode. He already has 31 kills, he has 35. There's nothing much to do but just wait until it's daytime again. Can I build some cool stuff? Another factory, another... Why would you ever build another Merc compound, I've wondered. You always get one for free at the beginning of the mission. Oh, I do have infested marines now, which actually have a ranged attack. There's some more coming in. And splotch. It's gone. Oh, I should probably fill up.
Additional supply depots
1, 2, 3,
required.
4. That bunker.
Additional supply depots required.
Soon. Soon.
Additional supply depots required.
But in the manual to Starcraft 1, it's been explained a bit on the backstory of Earth and the UED. So if I recall correctly, the UED is actually a bit of a, well, maybe a bit of understating it, but like a dictatorship, going for like genetic purity, and all languages except for English have been banned and stuff like that. So it's not necessarily a nice faction, but it's probably also not any worse than the others. So, and none of that is really shown in the game. They're just an invading force, but it doesn't really go into any nastier kind of politics than that. Okay, this is super inefficient.
You have to be back by dark.
Maybe I should funnel them out here next time.
Orders received. You got it.
Right, they're still building. I have all of this. Yeah, I can use the stimpaks in the bunker, that's funny.
Been waiting on you.
So with the double upgrades, they now fire every 0.78 seconds. They every 1 to... What are you attacking? Ah, let's go up here. Of the United Power... Ah, that was it, yeah. It started as the United Powers League, and then it turned into the United Earth Directorate. Divinity of mankind work to limit anything and use non-essential scientific equipment. Crack on criminals, religious people, other distance. Yeah, it's not a nice government, but none of that villainy shows in the game. As I said, they're just like invaders, generic invaders, and it doesn't go deeper than that.
I'm not detecting any more infested structures in that sector, Jim.
Yeah, pretty much. 2.73. Alright, that's... So one corner is pretty much dealt with.
Of course. Go, go, go! I'm on it.
This squad might even be strong enough to just stay outside at night. So maybe I should build a few more medics for that. You know what, I have nothing else to do, so... Let's build a few more medics. Well, the UPL price is the velocity of the mankind. The genital alteration technology and the generation of human species. Actions of hardline members of the UPL result in lobbying and force will show to the also project purification. Yeah, okay, that was, if I'm not mistaken, the launch of the sleeper ships to the Terran sector. To remove mutations and necessary cybernetic prosthetics. Running dissidents, hackers, synthetics, the cybernetically enhanced. Where was I? Attack pirates and criminals of their kind, they were determined to ensure mankind's purity and survive as a species in the wake of ever-increasing cybernetic enhancement and mutations, altering the human gene pool.
Need some triage?
Upgrade.
Project Purification, a campaign of mass genocide in which over 400 million people were eradicated. Okay, that was not the sleeper ship thing. The general populace remained ignorant of the true scope of the genocide being perpetrated. Lasted for nearly 80 years. Yeah, it's not nice. As I said, it's just like a case of it not being shown in the actual game. Like, we have it in the background, but... But if you just play the campaign, you wouldn't know all that.
Looks like this area's secure. Keep it up, fellas. We can stop this.
The matter was a pretty interesting read. It also goes like into difference between like the Confederacy, the different squadrons. Because like in StarCraft 1 they were always like classified as like Alpha Squadron, Omega Squadron and stuff like that, so it goes into like the different sub-factions or the different Zerg breeds and so on. It actually explains where the Zerg even came from, which differs a lot from what StarCraft II later on shows. That whole thing about the primal Zerg was not in the original background. The Admiral Duke was the top general of the Confederacy, and I think he led, was it Alpha Squadron? Or was it Delta? No, I think it was Alpha Squadron.
Yes, sir.
But then later on you kill him. Not that it's like a huge loss, but he was a bit of an ass.
Nightfall in 30 seconds.
That's fine.
So let's see if these guys are actually able to survive the night.
Vespine Geyser exhausted.
Sure thing.
I'll still need to find the Infestors. I think they only come out at night anyway. Yeah, there it is. No, that's just a bunker.
Keep your eyes peeled. There's gonna be more of them out there. Looks like this area's secure. Keep it up, fellas. We can stop this.
Gangway. Coming through. Orders received.
Let's get that done. Yep, there it is. It only spawns at night, so I have to venture out. Was he right? Right about what? I don't think Duke did a lot of thinking, he was just like a soldier. There we go, one infestor. Only wins on the idea that there is a Kerrigan kind of half, but in the end...
Was it human?
Yes, sir.
Well, I guess it depends on how you look at it, because originally Jim only wanted to overthrow the dictatorship of Mengsk, so saving the universe was not his plan. But yeah, they're perfectly survivable on their own actually. I can just keep pushing. Don't need to wait for daytime.
Looks like this area's secure. Keep it up, fellas. We can stop this.
Okay, so just should check every now and then to see how my base is doing. But all seems fine. He was an opportunist, he didn't even have much time to dedication or beliefs, he might have joined actually quite easily. Yeah, that's what I mean, he was just like a soldier. He fought for the Confederacy. Then the Confederacy was overthrown. Mengsk offered him a job. Like he fights for the strongest side.
Mineral field depleted.
And then... how did he even die? I think in Brood War you kill him, but... is it in the Zerg campaign? I think in the Zerg campaign you kill him. Okay, those flamethrowers are really a godsend.
Base is under attack. Mineral field depleted. Mineral field depleted.
So many spawns. How are they doing?
Base is under attack.
Oh, they're getting closer. Let's see if we can kill the infestor at least before the night is over. Don't want to wait another day just to do that research. Oh, there it is. Perfect. Come here, boy. Come here. Oh, really? With the last bloody hit point. There we go. Yeah, that's what I meant with the thing when, like, in a stereotypical Western direction. Like, he's the gunslinger with a conscience who's had a bad past and is now trying to atone, and blah blah blah, and yeah.
Alright, this sector is clear. Nice work, boys. Now move on to the next area.
Just Starcraft 1 in general was just much more interesting in terms of characters and plot.
Daybreak in 30 seconds.
Of course.
I mean, like in Brood War, that whole, like, the UED invades, and then they actually all team up with Kerrigan, including Reyna, just to fight them back, and then there's Betrayal, and then they fight Kerrigan together, and...
You've dealt a serious blow to their numbers, Jim. You're doing great.
Oh, hell yes. This is gonna be our time, all right?
Yeah, I think I might be able to finish this mission before the third day is over. This corner is pretty much... oh, holy hell.
Mineral field depleted.
Let's attack that. Or like also in Brood War, like the Cerebrats actually trying to build a new Overmind, and then like Kerrigan fighting against them, and so you have like a Zerg civil war going on. Then like heroes die, like Phoenix dies, and Tassadar dies. Stukov dies. Duran turns out to be a traitor, so there was really actually a lot of sucker punches in the game. And yeah, Starcraft II is much more romantic, if you want to call it that, romantic. It sounds a bit wrong, but I think it's actually not a wrong term. Maybe one day I'll also stream Starcraft 1, but it is a bit clunky in terms of gameplay, and it's also much harder than Starcraft 2. And for now I just want like a chill campaign. Just some fun.
Alright, this sector is clear. Nice work, boys. Now move on to the next area.
Could even set up an expansion here if I wanted to. This is still... ah, slight damage. Boys.
This better be good. Orders received.
I still have 3 minutes on this day. There's some down there. Yeah, let's take this road. That's
10-4. You got it. Looking forward to it.
I mean, in the broad sense, Starcraft 2 is also a battle between factions, but it's like the sides don't change that much. You have like everyone against Mangst, who just stays evil throughout, and then you have everyone against Amon. But like, there's not a lot of betrayal or changing sides going on. That's also another thing that Mangst is too one-dimensional in this game. Like in Starcraft 1, he was also power-hungry, but he also had a certain charisma and a certain cleverness. Like, at first he actually convinced Reyna and Kerrigan that he was a heroic freedom fighter, and they didn't see who he really was until it was too late. And in Starcraft 2, he's just like a one-dimensional tyrant. Well, let's buff the damage a bit. I have 1.5 minutes left, so let's see if I can manage that. The time I have left. 8 structures. 6 structures. Come on. Run! That's also true. So it's not like even he had no excuse to be doing what he was doing. But Starcraft 2 discarded all of that to turn him into like a stereotypical Soviet Nazi dictator.
I've got to get my people somewhere safe.
Ain't gonna be so easy, darling. This whole sector's crawling with Zerg.
There's got to be somewhere out there the aliens haven't touched. Some undiscovered paradise waiting.
Nothing in this place will crawl with anything. I've purged them all. Uh, 23 minutes later? Okay, I got some kind of achievement, I don't know for what. Okay, so on normal difficulty it's before the fifth night to finish the whole mission. And on hard difficulty it's to destroy 15 structures at nighttime, which is actually super easy. Yeah, he started out as a hero and then he just gradually got corrupted by power and greed. I almost killed 1,500 enemy units and didn't lose a single one. If I keep up that ratio, I will just eradicate the entire Zerg.
Thanks for joining us. Our own Kate Lockwell is reporting live from the refugee ship Skinnerd 2 in orbit around the planet Meinhof.
Donnie, the death
Wait, the ship is called Skinnerd?
Massive
God.
refugee fleets like this one are struggling to reach the safety of the core worlds. Many of them won't. They're short on food, water, and
Kate,
hope.
we'll discuss how the Dominion will rescue those worlds when we get there.
There's a lot of talk about rescue among the refugees, but they're pinning their hopes on paramilitary and rebel groups such as Rainer's
Great report, Kate. Live from a refugee ship over Meinhof,
Many are.
Eagerly awaits the Dominion's return. Up next,
Though I think not
a Vermilion
all.
Commentary. Refugees, are they really our responsibility?
You're all heart, Donnie.
Like, I'm not very familiar with Italian history, but I think like Garibaldi was actually a pretty decent revolutionary, and as I said, I'm not very familiar with Italian history, but I don't think he turned into a tyrant.
What do you think of Dr. Hanson?
She's a lovely thing. Full of honey, that one. At least, that's what she wants you to think.
You think she's hiding something?
You ever wonder why the Zerg hit our world so fast? Something there they want. Something made of honey, maybe. Buzzing little bees.
The American revolutionaries, for all the crap you can give America for a lot of stuff they fucked up, but they created an alright state. I mean, they of course weren't perfect either. They had like all the slave owning still going on, but they didn't make it worse than it was before. The basic idea is fabulous. It's just that they don't live up to it often enough. And while I've often criticized the USA myself, I've come around to also appreciating them for what they did right. So it's just a more balanced picture nowadays, I think.
Never thought we'd be back on Meinhof again. Oh, we broke our backs trying to make a life on that rock. Kelmorian squeezing us dry. Day we rose up, we just couldn't take it anymore, you know?
I feel ya. Man's got a duty to stand up and be counted sometimes.
Oh, hell, we were stupid.
Indeed, I have no drink left in my glass to raise my glass to that, but if I did, I would.
If you hadn't shown up when you did.
Hey, your people bought their own freedom. Paid for it in blood. Me and Matt, we were just glad to help.
The dialogue is so kitschy sometimes. Oh, I was such an oppressed little miner, but then Raina came along and rescued us. No, I didn't rescue you, Swan. You rescued yourself. Ah, gosh. Give me more upgrades. For vehicles I won't use anyway, because it's not a classic unit. But I think it's not even a bad unit. So against light targets, it's actually pretty... Yeah, another 10 damage to light armor, even it has a good range. But a siege tank is one of the best units in the entire campaign. But it's so... Look at that price. I mean, now I can afford it, but I will be... like down to about 50,000 credits.
Well, Ariel, found a world for your people yet?
Yes.
I will get both, I just
It's near the edge of
just need to temper myself with the spending.
You'll have to do. Your people need to lay low for a while.
That will depend on what mission I do next.
Colonists might be infested.
How could you even suggest
Like the next
They're perfectly healthy.
the next Hanson mission is very anti-air heavy, so I won't need tanks there.
Just in case. Maybe you should start looking into
The next Tosh mission is basically an infiltration mission, as Angel likes to call them, so I won't use tanks there either.
Just do what you can. That's all anyone's asking.
Even more dialogue. Okay, hit me.
I'm working on a cure for the Zerg virus. I just hope my people won't need it.
Good dialogue. Good talk.
Kerrigan's learning some new tricks. The infestation on Meinhof seemed particularly virulent.
It's about the worst thing I can imagine. Losing who you are like that, all the while being slowly twisted into a damn monster.
If any of Dr. Hanson's people on Haven are infested.
I know. It's just a matter of time before the Protoss come looking for him. Still, I have a history with the Protoss. If it comes to that, maybe I can talk him down.
Spoiler, he won't really.
We still need to access the adjutant we retrieved from Tarsonis. Our old mercenary associate, Colonel Orlin, is an expert in Confederate code decryption. If our intel's right, he should still be based at the Merkhaven at Dead Man's Port. He's not very trustworthy, but he's our best bet of breaking that encryption.
New Folsom is right for the taking, man. Every voice that was ever raised against Minsk is pinned up inside those walls. We let all them prisoners loose, and he'll never know what hit him. Just let me know when you're ready to pull the trigger.
I think I'll do New Folsom next. It gives me a lot of money, and I think it's also Tosh's last mission. The question here is, because this will unlock... there's basically two branching paths. I either side with Tosh, and I get his Spectre units, or I side with spoiler Nova the Ghost, and I get Ghost units. Now, since I am doing a classic unit run, I technically should get Ghosts. However, story-wise, I like to side with Tosh, and I don't really use the units anyway, so I personally think it's harmless to get the wrong kind of unit. But what do you guys think? How people get the history and take things for granted, like democracy, human rights, the rule of law. Yeah, I know what you mean. I know what you mean. I think for me it's... I have the benefit of additional insight because I actually work for the state. So I get a better glimpse into how things actually work. Also, one thing I can say is that in my experience, it's there was actually a sentence that I really liked, which was like in terms of conspiracy theories, like it was like conspiracy theories believe that the state is like all powerful and malevolent. Whereas in reality, the state is actually benevolent, but incompetent. So, at least like the state that I live in, and probably you too. So it's really like, well, they're trying to do good, but it doesn't always work. But there's no secret cabal in the background, and like, how can we make life harder for the people? I've never experienced that. People are really trying to make better, to do better, make things better for the people. But it's just inefficiency that grinds it down eventually. Oh, you were? So like, when you were not in Parliament, what were you then? You probably also weren't a mayor or something, right? So let's just do New Folsom and cash in all that money.
Where's Tosh? I thought he'd be here by now.
He already left the ship. I thought you... Sir, we have an incoming transmission. It's highly encrypted.
Patch it through.
Well, well. The infamous Jim Raynor. My name is Nova. We should talk.
Now what would one of Meg's pet ghosts have to say to me?
Tosh is lying to you.
Get Tosh on comms. I'm sure he's listening in anyway, encrypted or not.
We Spectres be the future. You just couldn't handle it, little girl.
Every ghost that became a Spectre has gone on a psychotic killing spree. The ones I've captured are held in New Folsom.
Don't listen to her, brother. Help me bust these Spectres from New Folsom, and we'll bring down Minx together.
Tosh wants to reactivate his Spectre buddies, using the substances you helped him collect. New Folsom is full of psychopathic killers. Do you really want to release them into the galaxy?
I be helping you against Minsk, and my people will too. She won't even join you.
He's a psychotic time bomb. He'll be on your side, right up until he puts a knife in your back.
This be the moment of truth. Make your choice.
Oh, what a moral dilemma. Party politician. I think I can imagine what you mean, yeah. So yeah, we either help Tosh break out his guys out of Folsom prison, and we get Spectres, which are not a classic unit. But as I said, this is like the story version that I prefer. Or we help Nova get a ghost, which is a classic unit, but it's not the story mission that I prefer. And as I said also, I don't use these units anyway. I think I've never used them in the campaign. Sure, like calling down a nuke sounds cool and all, but nothing that you can't solve with tanks and marines basically, so personally I would just go with Tosh and just pretend that I didn't grab a non-classic unit. But as I said, I don't use it anyway, so it would be like unlocking the Hellions last mission and then just keeping them on the Hyperion, never buying them. So the little breach, I'll just help Tosh.
You should have told me what you were really planning, Tosh. But I'll take your word over Dominion assassins any day. We've come this far together. May as well see it through.
You've made a poor choice, Mr. Raynor.
I knew I could count on you, brother. Now let's go and bust open New Folsom.
This is AAA writing.
Uploading New Folsom.
Worthy of a Pulitzer Prize.
Feast your eyes on this, brother.
They're locked down tight. Nova must have tipped them off. We're gonna need an army to break into that place now.
Even an army couldn't get you in there. But one man, one Spectre in the right place can find a way in.
Yeah, that's what I meant earlier with the diamond bag.
To you, Tosh. I'll push my boys as hard as I can, but they're gonna need your help to gain ground.
Sure, you sit back this time. I'll take the lead and clear the way. Just keep sending troops to keep the pressure on, and I'll do the rest.
There are 2 cell blocks containing military prisoners.
The diamond bag is a really interesting unit idea for kiting. A kiting unit, but when in the campaign do you ever kite? You just either defend or you just smash in and kill everything, but
The prisoners can handle it from there.
All right, Tosh. You ready for this?
I've been waiting a long time for this.
I think Hellions actually can be pretty useful on attacking, because they will get rid of all the light units for you. So like Hellions and tanks, or Hellions and Goliaths, or Hellions and tanks and Goliaths, I think that would work.
Damn straight. Maybe yes, maybe no. With my cloaking abilities, I can take out all these guards. They'll never see me. What I want to do. I can use a psionic explosion to take out...
A psionic explosion!
A little trick I call Mind Blast.
Not use Vikings, very difficult. That's actually one mission that I'm a bit worried about. Because I have Goliaths, and with the upgrades, the Goliaths can be pretty strong, but they of course don't have the same kind of mobility as a Viking.
That turret across the bridge. It can see me and alert its allies if I get too close, even with my stealth. Yes, maybe not. I do what I want to.
But you are right, Angel, that a lot of the missions are really designed around a unit, though I think that Wings of Liberty is still relatively tame about that. I remember it being really bad in Heart of the Swarm.
Let's do this.
Psi Shield. Okay, Psi Shield.
Just yes, maybe no.
Hang in there, Tosh. My boys are moving in to back you up.
Remember, just keep sending in troops, and I'll do the rest.
Yeah, Raina, just do human wave attacks. Like the people person you are. I think I won't be able to hold off the Haven mission until I get raised, right? Because the raids actually come in pretty late. Well, the rifle is pretty good, yeah. Almost. I have a medic, so they can't really harm me anyway. And there's the next squad. Well, it's just an abstraction. I imagine in real life, Tosh is like planting C4 charges or whatever kind of explosive they use in the future. C5.
Our allies are being attacked.
You got me into this. Get me out.
What do you mean I got you into this? You actually called me to help, you idiot. I was intended to do the map well, but it was either just talent for new news and then didn't have enough material for more maps. Yeah, also they recycle a lot of the missions. Really hard. Alright, I can sneak through here.
It don't hurt much.
Our allies are being attacked.
Let's just see about that.
The Heart of the Swarm was really bad, but I still remember the one mission where you get banelings, I think. And the game just throws so many banelings at you, you practically can't lose.
Good work, Tosh. We're pushing on toward the front line.
Okay, the next medic can just heal me up. And I'm invisible again. So let's help out here. Oh, Hyperion was such a good game. It's my favorite CNC actually. It might not have the best gameplay. Like Hyperion Wars probably has the better gameplay, but the atmosphere was so good in Sun. You never liked it. Oh well.
Our allies are being attacked.
I think the first one would actually be my second favorite game.
Our allies are being attacked.
It has like maybe the clunkiest gameplay of them all, but I just love that. Just a sec, I need to help. But what I love about the very first one is like that feel of being at the threshold, you know? It's still like our reality, but it's starting to change into something else, and it's hard to explain maybe, but like knowing what comes later in this series, throughout the entire game you have like the sense of foreboding. Like in the first game, Hyperion is just like that fun little resource that you gather, but you know that it's going to completely fuck up everything.
Let's do this.
Okay, how do I do that actually? I can like sneak past here.
Our allies are being attacked.
Damn straight. Irie.
Maybe I can reach that
Let's just see.
that tower.
Yes. Maybe no.
So I have disputed with the studio that made it with the license and they pulled it. Now I can only get it on eBay or Amazon.
Our allies are being attacked.
Let's do this.
Can't you just get the Command and Conquer Complete Collection?
Nice work, Tosh.
It uses Origins, so I know you don't really like it, but it's still a way to get it legally, I think.
Let's just
Our allies are being attacked.
Medics, medics! Thanks. Good, that's enough healing. At least a few years back I just bought the complete collection on Amazon and
what I wanna do.
that worked. It is. Unless they changed it, but a few years back it was.
Maybe yes. Maybe no.
It wasn't?
Our allies are being attacked.
Wait, let me check. Because I have it on Origin, so... Command and Conquer Ultimate Collection. You can still get it from the UK, I think. Yada yada yada. No, Renegade is in it. I'm not sure if this is like a German only thing. Okay, this one is not available anymore. UK is not available anymore. Downloadable PC. Yeah, I meant the Ultimate Edition. There it is actually included, but apparently you can just get like the last reserves they have still in stock, but they don't seem to be still releasing that actively.
Let's do this.
Come back, come back, come back. Ah.
Let's do
Fool.
Our allies are being attacked.
this.
There we go.
Damn straight.
Now I can help out here on this front.
Let's just see about that. Irie. Let's do this.
I'm also not sure if it's available in the Origin store. I didn't look.
Go on. Ask him. Tell him.
Sadly, Renegade has like really wonky AI. And really not that good gunplay, to be honest.
Our allies are being attacked.
Oh crap. Oh, they're doing so much damage.
Damn straight.
The idea was amazing, but the execution was... I mean, it was... They were a strategy game studio doing their first... They didn't have the experience in the genre, so... How they managed to pull it off in the first place is still a surprise to me. Okay, now I can try and sneak in and destroy the tower before the tank starts to target me. There we go. I actually did download that mod Renegade X a few weeks back, but it's pretty much dead. There was only one server that had people playing on it, and that wasn't even full. Maybe I was just unlucky when I checked it out, but it didn't seem that alive to me. Which is sad, because I really wanted to give it a try.
We're rolling now. Keep them busy while we establish our forward position.
Close to the second military cell block, Tosh.
Oh, the original Renegade even, okay.
Don't you worry about us, Tosh.
But I didn't know.
Busy while you free the prisoners.
Allies are being attacked.
I do what I want to do. Let's do this. Let's just see.
Our allies are being attacked.
I do what I want to do. Damn straight. Let's just see about that.
Our allies are being
But I can imagine the multiplayer being pretty fun. Oh, they have another tank. Crap. Oh yeah. Over there.
allies are being attacked.
Not good.
Our allies' base is under attack.
Okay, let's see. Guess I need to mind blast it. Okay, I still got one hit, but
Now those boys are free, we can bust this place wide open.
so now I got my own tanks. That's nice.
Tosh, we got a nuke ready for launch. Paint a target. Just don't call the strike in too close.
Actually, I have 5 nukes ready to launch. But I will save them for all this later.
Our allies are being attacked.
Let's do this.
Just keep healing me. I can tank them. Kinda. Okay. Let's push on.
Allies are being attacked.
That needs to go. So I can bypass them here. Can't. I can't provoke those Reapers. Apparently they don't care about me being up here. So let's paint a target.
Are being attacked.
And kaboosh.
Allies are being attacked.
Yep. That's 2 production facilities going down.
Let's do this. Let's just see about that. Damn straight.
Go and walk into the Thor. Get the medic. There we go. Okay, so what do I have there? 2 Thors. And some spotting. Ah, don't walk into that, don't walk into that. I'll just go in with the next round of troops. Okay, so then maybe a good spot for another nuke. The range isn't so amazing. Just like this. Oh dear. Let's retreat, 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 retreat. Yeah, heal me up, please. And now watch me take down that planetary fortress with my Gauss rifle. They're almost out of spotting, so might as well drop the big one. I think the Nova mission is actually a bit more interesting to play because there you... it's basically an assassination mission. You have to take on a few specters or so. And it's much more sneakier. They look like clones. And the cutscene is pretty fun with Nova, that's true. I'm also still not sure this was the right choice or whether I should have actually gone for the Nova one. You mean for the GameCube, that one? The like Splinter Cell kind of game.
50 years, and no one's ever escaped from New Folsom. But we broke
I think it was GameCube.
I can hardly believe we pulled it off.
I remember being super hyped for that when that was still in development. It even was supposed to have a multiplayer.
And burn his dominion to the ground.
Overthrowing Mengsk is just the start.
With different classes, like I think you had the Ghost, you had the Marine. The Ghost, the Marine. And like the light infantryman who could also like pilot vehicles and stuff like that. Ah, PlayStation 2 also. Okay, cool.
And another one after that. Your great Shanghai.
It's all so bleak. Why are you here, Tosh? What do you get out of all this?
Same thing as you, brother. I don't quit till Minsk is dead.
Vengeance doesn't factor into this. Our revolution's about freedom.
You'll see that better future, Matt. But it ain't for the likes of us.
It's so dramatic. Oh, the music. And there he goes. Not the hero we deserve, but the hero we got. I would like my game with an extra layer of cheese, please. That's true, but still that cutscene was cheesy. You can't deny that.
Breaking news. Reports coming in today suggest... What's that? We're going to Kate, but
The Dominion's highest value prisoners are loose tonight after a daring raid broke open New Folsom Prison. Dominion security forces are on high alert as some of the prisoners were former members of Project Shadowblade, which we've discovered to be a subversive offshoot of the Dominion's Ghost program. A number of political dissidents were also freed during the attack.
do we know who did this, Kate? Was it Raynor's Raiders?
The evidence we have suggests it was, Donnie.
There you have it. Jim Raynor, making our world just a little more dangerous tonight. From the UNN studios on Core Hall, I'm Donnie Vermillion.
More dangerous for the real bad guys, Donnie. You should be worried.
I mean, I'm sure that not all people in New Folsom were just like political dissidents, unjustly incarcerated. That's true. There's actually one person I want to read a book on eventually, but I've heard about him a little bit. Was like Pedro II of Brazil. Like, he might be a prime example of just that. Like, all his life he was groomed to be emperor, but he didn't want to be emperor, but when he did become emperor, he was a damn good one. And probably because he hated the post.
I took a big chance with you and your specters, Tosh. I hope Nova wasn't right about you.
Don't go believing that little girl's lies. This Spectre procedure affects everyone differently. But we're all still human. It's our choice whether to become Spectres. Not hers, not yours, not Minsk's. Choice be the only true freedom anyone gets.
But can I trust him? Can I trust you?
Don't you worry, none. We'll fight for you right to the end. All my brothers and sisters, we owe you everything.
Like, I think with Pedro, there was even the case that towards the end of his rule, the military basically rebelled because they didn't like all of his reforms. And basically he just surrendered. Like, he was super popular with the population, but he didn't want any blood to be spilled, so he just said like, no, I'll give up my throne. Let's not cause a civil war over it. And but everyone was like, no, we actually want you to keep the post. That he was just leaving. I actually think I might just repeat this, and it still doesn't feel quite right to do a classic unit run and then pick the not classic unit. So I might just actually repeat this and do the Nova side. I mean, the save game doesn't really carry over into Heart of the Swarm anyway, so it's not like Tosh will just stay dead. But story-wise, I do like his version more, or it's more fitting for Jim at least to side with Tosh. I'm not sure.
Thought you'd want to hear. Tosh is officially thrown in with our little revolution. He's gonna lend us his specters to help out.
You sure got a soft spot for wayward psychics, Jimmy. Setting those freaks loose ain't smart. Old Meg's got them locked up for a reason.
Well, as a former career politician, I'm sure you have.
They deserve a shot at living their lives outside a cage, just like anyone else.
Why does Hanson always have so much to say?
Jim, I've been investigating the claims that Nova made about the Spectres turning into psychotic killers.
That's why.
So what'd you find out?
Honestly, there's no evidence that Spectres are any more prone to aberrant behavior than ordinary people. A sudden increase in psionic ability could induce a psychotic break, but Spectres aren't the monsters we were led to believe. Nova lied to us.
How convenient. How bloody convenient. So there they are. So basically I think ghosts are more like snipers and specters are more like in-your-face kind of special ops. But as I said, I never use them anyway.
That Tosh character gave me the data for building more Spectre gear. You sure we can trust that guy? I heard he was into brainwashing or something.
Tosh can only recruit.
This is another case of the campaign just not being built around that kind of unit.
So they won't go off the rails when they get their full Spectre powers. No brainwashing involved.
Good to know. Wouldn't want any of those freaks running loose causing trouble. Aside from Tosh, that is.
I mean, in half the missions you just sit in your base and defend yourself against attacks. And what would you need a special forces, a spec ops unit for? Oh, you can cloak. I'm sure that's going to impress the Ultralisk that's just charging down on your bunkers. I'm sure they can just stay cloaked forever and they have like this high damage psionic abilities and blah, but also the bloody price. I don't think so. I'd rather spend that money on tanks. But I think, I mean it's 3 o'clock right now here, but I am pretty awake. So I think just for fun's sake I will still do the Nova version, because you can like play different versions of the same mission without losing progress. And I think after that I will go to bed.
Most days, I don't even know what I'm doing anymore. Just chasing my damn tail.
No. We followed your lead from the start. It's your sense of justice that's kept us on this road.
Matt, my interest in justice burned out a long time ago. I've spent my whole life fighting. I've killed. I've ordered good men to their deaths. What? Finishing this thing with Megsk. It's all I have left. It's guys like you that'll build something better after all the smoke clears.
That's because you gave us something to believe in, sir. I'll never give up the fight. That's a promise.
Wasn't this written by their interns? I mean, seriously. Yeah, it's so deep. Or it's like what a 15-year-old thinks is so deep. Oh, man. So yeah, I think even if I play the other version of the map, I also get the reward for it. So let's see, we have 475,000. So if I play the Nova version, I should have more. So let's just play that on normal.
So, this is where Tosh.
You have a point.
Spectre army.
I've identified 3 facilities that are vital to his operation. Our first target will be the Jorium stockpile. Next will be the Terrazine tanks. And finally, the psionic waveform indoctrinator Tosh uses to complete the Spectre's activation process.
Alright. So we destroy all 3 of those targets, and Tosh is out of business.
Tosh knows every trick in the book when it comes to infiltration. I can penetrate most of his defenses, but I'll need your backup to get through them all.
Penetrate.
And what about Tosh?
Just leave him to me. I've cleared a landing zone for your forces.
That's real subtle, Nova. Super subtle, just nuke the entrance. They won't know what hit them. So we've got Nova. She actually deals slightly less damage, but has more range, I think. Oh, okay, and I don't get like respawning units. I actually have to use what I have available here.
Tosh might have some nasty surprises waiting for us.
So as I said, I think this mission is much more
See that marauder up ahead? 50 credit says I can snipe him from here. Got it.
much more tactical.
Loud and clear. On the move. I'll make it happen. Executing. Consider it done. Strictly business. Acknowledged.
Oh dear.
I'm pinned down over here. Help a girl out and take down those guys on top of the cliff.
Yes, I'm on it, darling.
Sure thing.
And the faster as one would have bought this game, whatever. I mean, I would have bought this. I did buy this game, whatever. I was super hyped for Starcraft II when it came out. I remember going to the website every day, basically, to check out the unit profiles that got released and stuff like that.
Nova here.
No, they didn't. Ironically, I had never finished Starcraft 1.
Nice and easy. Let's move.
By that point. I actually finished the campaign of Starcraft 2 first, and then I finished Starcraft 1 years later. That's true. I knew and I liked it, but I always I was a kid. I had no proper idea how to play these games, so I just cheated.
Got it.
Cheated lots.
Loud and clear. I'll make it happen. Executing. Consider it done. Strictly business. Acknowledged. En route. Got it. Loud and clear. On the move. I'll make it happen. Executing.
Big name games are not made for fans, but for the larger audience.
Consider it done.
But what if the fans are the larger audience?
Strictly business.
Like, I see an overlap there. Because a big name game isn't a big name unless the large audience are also like the fans, so to speak.
En route. Careful. There's a siege tank up ahead. If I can get close enough, I can telepathically dominate the crew. On the move. I'll make it happen. Executing.
You gonna give me orders?
Confirm that last. Consider it done. Strictly business.
Stay.
Acknowledged. En route. Got it. Loud and clear. On the move. I'll make it happen.
Get a bit closer. like this.
I'm reading you. Execute. Consider it done.
Been waiting on you.
Status report. Strictly business. Acknowledged.
So just keep that tank for the rest of the game?
En route. Nova
Looks
here.
like it.
Got it. Loud and clear. Spectres. Let me handle them.
Bang! And he's dead.
I'll make it happen.
Oh, I got 5,000 credits for each Spectre, and there's 10 of them. Alright.
Consider it done. Strictly business.
Bizip!
Acknowledged.
There we go. And there's a cruiser. Remake closed beta started yesterday, and the game should be released this month. Well, so long as you get a good game in the end. I mean, it's better to wait a month longer and get a good game than it is to get it fast, but it sucks.
Say again. On the move. Strictly business.
With the big cruiser that runs.
Got it. Nova here.
Can't deal with my superior firepower.
Acknowledged. En route.
Well, but it's a remake, so you've already played it technically. And it keeps flying.
I'll make it
And it keeps flying. Yep, it's gone.
Consider it done.
Does it actually come back if I...
Acknowledged.
This better be good.
No, it just stays there. I've never played System Shock 1, and I've only played System Shock 2 with the help of a walkthrough, because it was super complicated, to be honest, at least for me. I had no idea what to do half of the time. But I think I might play it again at some point.
Never took you for a traitor. You fought in a long, long way, brother.
Nice work, boys. Our next target is the Terrazine tanks. I'll clear a landing zone for you. Get ready. Loud and clear.
I'm telling you, I saw something. We should just cover the place in auto turrets. That'll find them.
Run!
Clear. On the move.
Top
Executing.
5.
I'll make it happen.
Well, just out of your gut.
Consider it done.
Gut feeling. Just name the first 2 names that come to your mind.
Strictly business.
Apart from System Shock 1.
Acknowledged. En route. Executing. Got it. Loud and
Okay,
clear.
there's Vikings.
On the move.
Come on, kill it quicker. There we go.
Consider it done. Strictly business. Acknowledged.
I have to dominate one of them, huh? To fly over there.
I'll make it happen. LZ secured. You can begin your landing, Jim. And see if they can't get this gate open. Time's a wasting.
Victory.
Ah, damn. Okay, never mind.
Here.
Engineering at your disposal.
What's flashback?
Systems
It doesn't ring a bell.
underway. Immediately.
It's still alive.
Acknowledged.
What else do I have? Point defense drone, auto turret. And this is super expensive, so now I have to wait for it to recharge. What is flashback? I have no idea what flashback is. Never forget I'm younger than you. I haven't been alive for a lot of these games. There's no way to recharge the body thing faster, is there? Come on! PlayStation 2 GameCube, Xbox, not that. I'll check it out in a bit.
This vessel will comply. Command authority
Let me
registered.
just
Awaiting orders.
destroy this. I should have gone for that in the first place, would have been faster. Oh, I have Reapers as well. Interesting.
Job confirmed.
Can't target structures. Oh, come on. Okay.
Order
Get rid of that.
Gates open. Let's make some noise.
No, don't make noise. Noise sucks.
Confirm that last. Lay it on me. I'm reading you.
So what's it about? Just roughly. Like what kind of genre? What kind of gameplay? A cyberpunk thriller. Okay, that does sound interesting.
Got it. Loud and clear.
There's a tank.
On the move.
Doesn't seem to be protected by anything.
Acknowledged. En route.
Platformer, a cyberpunk thriller platformer, okay. Interesting mix.
Consider it done. Strictly business. Acknowledged. Got it. Loud and clear. On the move. I'll make it happen. Executing. Consider it done. Strictly business.
CDI, 3DO, Atari Aga, Mega Drive.
Acknowledged.
How many versions are there? Like, do you have an idea
Launch detected.
how far you are in your quest?
I have a present for you, Mr. Rena. Best start
Oh.
running.
There it is. And you can hear it coming, and touchdown.
Loud and clear.
But I wasn't even there.
I'll make it happen. Executing. Consider it done. Strictly business.
Ah, crap.
Acknowledged.
Ah, crap.
En route.
I probably need
Ready for service.
the Raven
Vessel will
to get some vision.
awaiting orders. Command authority registered.
Let's place them like here. That should put everything in range. 5 to 7 is actually sounds doable.
Scanning battlefield conditions. Order accepted. Commencing. Understood.
Ah, There they got their vision from. So let's get them closer.
Nova here. Got it. En route. Loud and clear. On the move. I'll make it happen. Executing. Got it.
Well, there's another Spectre. The rest of the resistance should be pretty light though. So let's just park the tanks here. What the hell is an Acorn Archimedes? I don't even know what that is.
Say again. Strictly business. Acknowledged. Onward.
It's a computer. You idiot.
Loud and clear. On the move. Consider it done. I'll make it happen.
What year is that from? The Acorn Archimedes.
From that last.
Now why'd you have to
87.
You're testing me, brother. Testing me hard.
Good job, Jim. One more to go.
That Zion Doctrinator's heavily guarded. Nuking is going to be our best bet.
Yeah, obviously not. I would have heard of.
Air cab has arrived. Give us a target.
Huh? Wait, why am I in a new area? That's not what I was going for. And now I have to load the checkpoint. Oh no. Oh god. Oh no.
We should just cover the place in auto turret.
En route. Got it. Loud and clear. On the move. I'll make it happen. Executing. Consider it done. Strictly business.
I'll also check that out in a bit.
Got
I
it.
just have to replay this half of this mission now. Because I was too much of an idiot.
I'll make it happen. Executing. Consider it done. Strictly business. Acknowledged. En route. LZ secured. You can begin your landing, Jim. And see if they can't get this gate open. Time's a wasting.
Engineering at your disposal. Job confirmed.
So let's do this again. I have an idea. Maybe if I place like a tank here, it has enough. Yeah, it should. Okay, much faster than last time.
Gate's open. Let's make some noise.
Let's get into the fight. Very well. Victory.
You just scout for me.
Yes, indeed. Inbound.
Alright, that was the bunker.
Agreed. No one lives forever. All right.
Not a loss. Wasn't my own anyway.
Nova here.
What's that?
Right, so just like last time, dominate that tank.
Consider it done.
Get rid of that.
Strictly business. Acknowledged. En route.
Get rid of that.
Loud and clear.
Go ahead.
I'm reading you. On the move. I'll make it happen. Executing.
I'm sorry for having to replay that section, but I want all the specters. Because if this does give me money, I want as much of it as possible. Alright, there it is.
I have a present for you.
I have a present for you, Mr. Raynor.
Start running.
And I do see a possible side approach there.
Nothing I can't handle. Let's do that.
Yep, that looks good.
Done. Oh yeah, baby. On the way. I'm going. Nothing I can't handle. Fair enough. Oh, certainly. All right.
Okay, that also makes it much faster than last time. Yeah, that's good. That's really good.
Status report. Strictly business.
So now I should be invisible.
En route. Got it. Loud and clear. On the move. I'll make it happen.
Yep, that looks fine.
Executing. Consider it done. Strictly business. Acknowledged. En route. Got it.
Place these tanks in position so they can take care of that.
Nova here. Loud and clear.
What's our target?
Say again. On the move. I'll make it happen. Executing. Consider it done. Strictly business.
Okay, so what's this? Oh, it's a nuke silo. That's fun. Right, there's a giant radioactive symbol on it. Silly me.
Fair enough. All right. Oh yeah, baby.
Confirm that last.
So let's get that.
Keep me covered while I hack into this nuke silo. Should just take me there.
Piece of cake.
On the move. I'll make it happen.
Okay, but how do I get to this guy?
Executing.
Like, do I have to use the Raven?
Command authority registered. Right away.
I guess I could use the Raven. I mean, it's a detector. It has like that auto turret thing.
Order acknowledged. Systems prime.
But actually it seems to kinda work. Okay. Okay.
I'm reading you.
So does the nuke carry over to the next section is the question.
En route.
Probably not. I'll just fire it off here. What's the range? That'll work.
Consider it done. Strictly business.
There we go. Smooth criminal.
Now why'd you have to go and do that? You're testing me, brother. Testing me hard.
Good job, Jim. One more to go.
That Zion Doctrinator's heavily guarded. Nuking is gonna be our best bet.
Okay, last section. 5 more specters to kill.
Air cab has arrived. Give us a
A
target.
lot of air units.
Got it. Loud and clear. On the move.
I have the suspicion that I'm supposed to take that tank over, or why else would they just place it there like that?
Consider it done. Strictly business.
The Banshees can also cloak.
Over here.
Also, the Banshees are the best looking unit in the entire game, if you ask me.
Say again.
But that's a different topic.
Acknowledged. En route. Got it.
Oh dear, oh dear.
On the move.
Okay, that's not good.
I'll make it happen. Executing.
That's also not good. Ah, crap. Okay. Guess I have to use the tank here. Place it like the, because I think they have a turret here, so let's try to get some spotting.
No problem. Turbines to full. That's fine.
Okay, it's not a turret, but still. Let's get rid of that.
Inbound. Call the ball. All of that. Receiving. Call the ball.
Okay, you're squad 3. You're squad 2.
Roger that. Can do. Confirmed.
Range 7.
Receiving.
Range 6.
I got my ears on.
Okay, but how do I get closer to that to destroy it? The tank is... They should be able to take the tank down without getting in range of the turret.
Right. I got this.
Yeah, that works.
Strictly business. Acknowledged. En route. Strictly business.
Good, 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 good. So let's get rid of that. That one I can just do with the tank.
Nova here. Got it.
Give us your best shot.
Say again. Loud and clear. On the move. I'll make it happen. Executing. Consider it done.
And this is a job for the Vikings. It's really much more slow paced than the
Confirm that last.
Tosh version.
Strictly business.
Hello.
I'm reading you.
Yeah, you wreak some havoc. Okay, fun.
Acknowledged.
Very fun. Let's see how far it gets.
Got it. Loud.
I guess the Spectre didn't count on that to happen. Ah, it's still alive. And in theory I could dominate it, but for now the tank is just too good.
On the move. I'll make it happen.
Let's get into the...
Say again. Executing.
You take the Raven down.
From that last. Consider
So
it
this
done.
is now free for the taking.
Receiving. Weapons hot.
Banshee is actually a really fun unit.
Strictly business.
But well, this is my problem now.
Strictly business.
Holla back.
Got 12 damage 2 times. They can cloak.
Status report.
So against ground targets they're super powerful. But I think they're not so cheap. They cost a lot of Vespine, I believe.
En route. Got it. Keep me covered while I hack into this nuke
And
silo.
we got another nuke.
Should just take me there.
Nuclear missile ready.
Loud and clear.
I can feel that I'm also slowly getting tired.
On the move.
Ah, damn.
Nuclear launch detected.
Ah,
Executing.
he's trying that again.
I'm getting tired of this. Why don't you just die?
Because I'm too good for you.
Consider it done. Strictly business. Acknowledged.
Ah,
En route.
it's just slightly out of vision.
Got
That's
it.
just shame.
Fight or flight? Yeah, right.
Okay, the Vikings can take care of that.
Very well.
Nuclear launch detected.
No here.
Transformation systems prime.
Retreat.
Say again. From that last. Acknowledged.
Okay, do they still have vision?
On the move.
Or was that it? Ah,
Make it happen. Executing. Consider it done.
okay, close.
Strictly business.
Too close.
Acknowledged. En route. Got it.
I think they also have vision up here. Let's see what we can spot.
No problem.
Also don't ask how they can actually fly with the rotor blades
Engaging.
I'm reading you.
in space. Oh crap. Oh crap. That was bad. I'll definitely have to do a save here. Huh.
On the move. I'll make it happen.
Right. That didn't work. So the game might actually want me to use the nuke here. I could also dominate the Ultralisk, but it's pretty low on health. Is there another way?
Over here.
Yeah. Like that.
Say again?
Right, so that worked. Now she can take care of these.
En route. Got it.
Slow and steady wins the race.
On the move.
And I can use the nuke in this area, kill both Spectres with the same strike.
I'll make it happen.
And probably destroy that Psi Indoctrinator that I still have to kill. And whatever's down there, maybe another Zerg research area?
Strictly business.
Oh, it's Thor.
Acknowledged.
Okay.
En route. Got it. Loud and clear. You're right, Raynor. A well-placed nuke would wreak some serious havoc on those defenses. I'll make it happen.
Yeah, but I don't think I need it. This just won the mission for me.
Consider it done.
There we go.
I'll be seeing you again real soon.
So the question is, do I really get the reward? That would be really, really good. Double payout and double fun. I completely understand. I was going to end after this mission anyway, so I'll just show Zebu the cinematic, because that's a fun one.
Transmission coming in. Tosh.
Didn't take long for him to gloat. Patch him through. Is that supposed to be me?
You're gonna regret crossing me.
You're a scumbag, Tosh.
I've spent my whole life fighting men like you.
You and me, we're just the same. We'd both do anything to get the job done.
No, you don't get it at all. And now, you never will.
What you gonna do, man? I'm 6 light years away.
Not me.
Cold and efficient.
Reminds me of someone I used to know. Glad you're not after me.
Not today, anyway. I'll see you around, Jim.
Don't you ever meet any normal girls?
Well, that begs the question, why is she not after him? If she's so good, Manx could have just killed Jim years ago. And I don't get the credits. Ah, shit. All that effort for naught. Ah, well. It was still a fun mission and a fun little cinematic. Because he's so pure and good. So you mean it's like a force field that protects him from harm?
Seems your Queen of Blades figured out who's been paying us to snatch.
This is also a pretty interesting mission.
Mobius's head honcho
Got Zerg research and a lot of nice payouts.
research campus on Tirador. He can't evacuate his people until all their artifact research is safe.
So I didn't want to use the the Medivac because it wasn't technically in the classic games. I mean, if you want to be precise, it's pretty much the same plane, just repainted and outfitted with a med bay. But because it had so many extra functions with the med bay, I feel like it would be kinda break the challenge to use that. So I'm thinking that for transport purposes I will actually use the Hercules, even though that's also not a classic unit in the truest sense, but in spirit it fits more with the dropship from Starcraft 1, because it's really just a dropship. But I haven't unlocked that yet, so... However, I think that... Ah, this gets Protoss research. Well, I'll figure it out next time, because it's almost 4 o'clock here, so for Zeebo it's almost 5. And even though I'm fit enough to just play another mission and probably another 2 missions, reason dictates that I go to sleep. So... I will save, but it was a pleasure. Right, the videos, don't forget the videos. I will definitely do that before bed. I will just brush my teeth in the meantime. So it was an absolute pleasure, and I think that next weekend I will definitely try to continue. On Tuesday I will probably play more time again. Wednesday more Chaos Gate, and then the next weekend more Starcraft. So for now, I wish you all a good night. Thank you so much for watching, and I hope to see you soon. So, have a good night, and bye bye.